Hello and welcome to this, our 181st live stream. Um, Growing concern over the shrinking Deben. This is, of course, over a reference to our Monday video on ancient Egypt and inflation. And we hope that you'll go and watch that video after the live stream is over. We're glad you could join us here tonight. And we got a little bit of channel business here first, and then we'll get right to the questions. The first thing is, if you're planning on coming with us to Egypt for our Egypt and the Bible tour, please register. The deadline, I think, the first deadline is quickly approaching. So the tour operator is going to take a count at that point to see if there's enough interest. And it's looking like we're really, really close. So if you are interested, please sign up for that tour. It's going to be fantastic. Okay? Now, the second matter has to do with a video that we has not been up for a long time. 2 years old. Okay? Some of you know that about 2 years ago we did a debate. It was me and Titus Kennedy on Sean McDowell's channel. And that video was taken down, but we had our own copy of it and we reposted it. Okay. This week, one of the participants of the debate filed a privacy complaint against the channel. Okay. Now, this is a public debate. Understand this. This is a public debate. Okay. Now, the way privacy complaints work on YouTube is you can't file for someone else. You have to be shown in the video. So that only leaves two people, Sean McDowell and Titus Kennedy. And we've already spoken to Sean McDowell, and he denies any knowledge of this. Okay? Now, the consequences for the channel are if YouTube tends to be a little capricious about this stuff, okay? It's about a 50-50 proposition, you know, whether or not there's a merit to it or not, okay? So, now, our channel was not the only channel that was given this privacy complaint. Inspiring Philosophy's channel was also hit with the same privacy complaint on this particular debate. Okay. Now, if they're successful, what it means for us is we're going to get a community standards strike, which will stay on our record for 90 days. And we'll be off the air for an entire week. So that means no uploads, no community posts, no live streams for that entire week. Okay? So that's going to be a substantial hit to us. But, Jack Ray, how is that private? You got me. You got me. I have no idea how that a public debate constitutes as private. You know, everyone knew they were going to be recorded. Everyone knew this was going to be public. I do not get how Mr. T has the audacity to file a privacy complaint on this. But he has. And he's refused to comment on this. We did reach out to him also on this. And he's not saying a word. So yeah. But yeah, this is ridiculous. I've never seen anything like this. But I mean, it could be a false flag. That is possible. That there's someone going around impersonating Titus doing this, but I doubt it. As I said, Titus has not commented on this. We've asked him. And so yeah, it's, as I said, Sean has denied all knowledge of this. And frankly, in this particular case, I believe him. And one of the reasons why I believe him is the content that was actually struck was not, say, Sean's, say, emails at the beginning of the video, but from minute 18 to the end of the video, which is the actual content of the debate itself. So, Jack Ray, this sounds like YouTube handles it worse than a copyright strike. In some respects, yeah. Now, the way this is supposed to work is when a privacy complaint is filed, it has to be the person who is affected is the only person who is standing to file that complaint. Okay, so you can't file it on the behalf of another unless you are a guardian. So if it's a child, yes, you can file on behalf of the child if you're the guardian. But otherwise, you have to file it yourself. Okay, so somebody can't say, oh, I'm offended for you, I'm going to file. It doesn't work that way. Okay? It also is if there's an expectation of privacy or it puts the person in danger somehow. So there has to be a violation of privacy or personal safety. Okay? And I don't see how either of those qualify in this particular case. Titus's safety is not threatened in any way, and there's no expectation of privacy here because it's a public debate. You know, in a public debate, anybody can record it for any reason. So, you know, I just don't get how this is in any way of taste stack, danger of losing credibility. Oh, he's lost that already. That's not recoverable.
Again, that's not something.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can't do a formal strike over that. You know, just you can't do a community standard strike just because you were insulted or mocked or didn't prepare or were embarrassed. You know, these are not reasons for a privacy complaint. So we're letting you guys all know about this in case we disappear for a week in the next couple weeks. We have put the link to the video in the comments or in the description. We encourage you all to give the video extra views just to help the Streisand effect. So,
and if they want to watch it in the future, we encourage them to make their own.
Yeah,
because it is a public video.
Yeah,
because we may have to take.
Yeah, and by the way, if you guys want to make copies of that video, go for it, because it could be taken down. One of the things one of the resolutions, if this privacy complaint stands, is this video will be deleted. So make copies of it, distribute it, let everyone know. Okay. Slam RN, you mean you may get kicked off YouTube for a while? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's one of the consequences of getting a community standard strikes. Is that what he is saying? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
This isn't whining, this is attacking.
Yeah.
Your ability.
This does have consequences for our channel. You know, a community standard strike is a serious thing. It will affect our monetization, so we won't be able to collect any income for our particular timeout. We won't be able to upload videos or shorts or do live streams. So
this is a
vicious attack. Okay, this is not something that's without consequences. And why would that happen? Well, because if a community standard or if a privacy complaint is upheld, you get a community standard strike. That's the consequence of invading someone's privacy. Okay? So, so this is what the person who is not Sean McDowell wants to happen to our channel. He wants the video deleted, and he wants us to incur the penalties of a community standard strike. So, you know, it's just, it doesn't make it. I mean, this thing doesn't even make sense because it was a public debate. It's 2 years ago. You would have thought he would have moved on by now. Yeah, not Sean McDowell. There's only 2 people who could have filed this. Okay, Titus Kennedy and Sean McDowell. That's it. And Sean McDowell has already denied any knowledge or involvement in this. And I believe him. I believe him. I don't think it was Sean McDowell. That leaves one other person.
And he has not returned any email.
Yeah.
He cannot say.
So, and Titus has not responded to comment, to requests to comment on this. So, you draw your own conclusions, which one of the 2 it was. Okay? So that covers that. And it's, yeah, I mean, I think Mama says it's 100% malicious and he should be ashamed, but he isn't. Yeah, that looks like what the situation is.
To the best of our knowledge,
yeah.
That's the only way
yeah. Yeah, that's the best we can interpret it. So, again, you know, this is one of the occupational hazards on YouTube, is that people are going to file false complaints against you. You know, we don't like that about YouTube, but it happens. So, you know, things don't go your way sometimes, and, you know, the mature thing to do would be to take the loss. Okay? You know, everyone can have a bad debate. Everyone can have a bad day. You can also have a bad day during a bad debate. That happens. You can also be just plain not prepared for it either. Okay? So, Dawson, and early Earth Mafia? No, early Exodus Mafia. Much worse. Okay? Much worse. You know, I've kind of, I mean, I've alluded in the past that I've sometimes compared Associates for Biblical Research to having mafia tactics. Well, you know, here's a clear example of it in real time. You know, you can be blacklisted. You know, I've been blacklisted because of this. You know, I've been attacked in the publication sphere for this. Yeah, it gets really dirty. You know, we saw this originally with the debate, when the debate was actually deleted from Sean McDowell's channel for political reasons. Quote, political reasons. Okay? So, Linguist Ammo. Yeah, the early Exodus proponents have censored me on Facebook. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they'll play real dirty. They'll play real dirty.
They censor people and then claim that they're...
Yeah. They'll censor their opponents and then claim that they have no opposition. Funny that. Funny that. Taco Tuesday, I saw that. Do you have any other means to donate to your channel other than YouTube? Yes, we do. We've actually got several ways that you can still donate to the channel. We have PayPal. We have Patreon. We have a GoFundMe account. We also have... you're also able to donate to us through cryptocurrency. Right now we take Bitcoin and Monero. Okay? So there's other ways to donate to us if YouTube sort of chokeholds us for a while. Diane Loftus, what's the best way to help during the week if you do get penalized? Still watch our videos. Pray for us. Pray for us. You know, nothing can do better than prayer. Okay? Pray for us. And if the Spirit moves you, help us financially. You know, we don't beg for money often, but this is gonna, if we do get penalized, it will mean for us that a quarter of our income will be cut. Okay, we'll lose a quarter of our income for the month. So, yeah, that's gonna hurt. Okay, I'm not gonna lie about that. That's gonna hurt. Okay, but we don't like begging for money. We don't want to do that. But so that's sort of what's going on. Andy Gone Wild. Honestly, it was one of the most one-sided debates I've ever seen. You know, it wasn't even supposed to be a debate. You know, it was supposed to be a conversation. And then Kennedy started off with a gish gallop and a filibuster. You know, it was funny. It was funny. And we're not going to get political here, but I was listening to after an interview conversation with Brett Baer talking about the Kamala interview, and one of the things he said was he didn't want to interrupt her, but she was starting to filibuster. And when you filibuster, when time is limited, you can't help but interrupt. We were in a very similar situation with Titus Kennedy, where we started off, you know, it started off everyone expecting a conversation, and he starts filibustering, and has this really, you know, gish gallops. And at that point, there's really no option at that point. So it wasn't intended to be a one-sided debate, but it ended up being that. It would have been much better as a conversation. We wanted it to be a conversation.
Well, if it was a real debate, you'd have time.
Yeah. Yeah. It would have been it would have been better if it had been structured like a real debate with timed responses and all that, but you know, Sean was not a very good moderator in this particular case. And I don't think I don't think that he understood the animosity here in the debate. So I think that was you know, for them, for a lot of fundamentalists, the date of the Exodus is a filibuster, or is a shibboleth question. You know, your early Exodus date, or you're an unbeliever. You know, I've heard Bryant Wood say that. You know, if you question the early Exodus date, you're not saved. And it's kind of crazy. Jonathan Walker says, you still have work to do here. I plan on using your content on my end once I change my account name and make comic strips and PowerPoints of everything I learned. Awesome. Awesome. Send me copies on Discord. I'd love to see them. I'd love to see this stuff illustrated. I think this would be fantastic. Go for it. I think this would be great. You know, anytime you can reuse and repurpose the content, fantastic. Fantastic. Get the message out there. Make sure everyone knows the message, the content. So we do want people to learn, apply the content to their own circumstances. So I think this is great. I think this is absolutely great. Okay. All right, so let's get into the questions. I think we've explained what happens if the lights go dark here for a while. But we appreciate the support of our wonderful, wonderful community here. And we will be back if the lights go dark. Okay? So we just had to prep you in case YouTube rules against us. Again, it's a 50-50 proposition. All right, so let's get into let's do the rules of the channel first, of the live stream, and then we get into the questions. Okay, First rule, super chats have priority. Everyone knows this from YouTube. You should know this by now. We do take non-super chat questions. You have to put a Q and a colon in front of it. No Q and no colon. Question doesn't exist. We don't see it. Only post non-super chats once. If you do it more than once, you'll get your question will get disqualified for the evening. You'll be free to post next week, but only post it once. If it's a verse from the Bible, we need a little context. So we will need the book of the Bible, the chapter, and the verse. We also ask that if you sponsor a super chat or sponsor a non-super chat, which we do allow, please copy the question into the super chat so we don't have to go hunting. This just saves us time. And then finally, only one question per super chat. Okay, no more question stacking. Okay, we can't answer 10 questions in a super chat and still have time for everyone else. We're already starting the evening here with 40-ish questions. We're up to 40 now. Okay, so we do want to give everyone at least a fair chance to have their questions answered. Okay, so with that said, let's get into the question, and we're going to start the night here with 3 non-super chats. Okay, the first question here is Joshua and Samuel Hamilton, and he asks, what is the history of the cultic use of images by Christians? Now, when we talk about cultic use of images, we're generally talking about icons, okay? They're our first cultic images that we find in the church. And historians are agreed that the first images appear around 500 AD, okay? That seems to be ubiquitous among, that's consensus opinion among church historians. Everyone agrees on this. So, I have no reason to doubt it. There's not sufficient evidence for, say, earlier use of it. So, I would say 500 AD is the earliest, and then you're going to get, say, various controversies that arise as a result of that use. You're going to get the iconoclast controversy, and then you're finally going to get the proclamation of the Second Council of Nicaea in the 8th century. And that's going to be the last sort of ecumenical council, and it's going to say that the church is held to the notion of veneration of icons. Okay? So that's sort of the early history of the cultic use of images in Christianity. But it's not known prior to 500 BC. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, next non-super chat here is from Darkblade, the original Darkblade. He asks, given his wealth, small private army, conducting diplomatic relations with Abimelech, and recognition as a prince by the Hittites, was Abraham akin to a daimyo, except without feudal land domains? And that is actually probably the best description I've heard for Abraham as a daimyo. Now, what's a daimyo? Okay? A daimyo is a Japanese term for a warlord. Okay? He's a warlord. Okay? He's definitely akin to it. He's not explicitly a warlord, although he had 340 trained men. Now, the term trained men means people who have been trained to fight. Okay? So, he did have a set of retainers. Okay? So, yeah, there might be a Y sound, but I butcher every language. So what do you expect from me, man? My pronunciation of every language is terrible. Okay, so If you want proper pronunciation, you came to the wrong channel.
You've got 13 languages.
The fact I know what a daimyo is at all is a lot to ask at this point. Okay, so so yeah, he is a regional power broker. He does have a set of retainers. He's what we call a kingmaker. A kingmaker. Somebody who doesn't have enough power to rule a region, but has enough power, enough resources to turn the tide of a war one way or the other. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. The third one here is going to be from, where did I see it now? Don't tell me it's 19. Okay, yeah, there it is. From Zach 2. In Exodus 20:17 to 20, it lists the stones that are going to be on the breastplate that the pre-startling word. Does the order or the stones themselves have any special meaning? Okay. As far as I know, the answer is no. The stones themselves don't have special meaning, nor does the order. However, I don't know this for sure, but I wanted to take this opportunity to mention a book. Got this in the mail this week. Okay, so this is probably the most current work on the stones used in the Hebrew Bible. Okay, now I have agreed to read this book and to review it on the channel. So this is something you guys have to look forward to, is we're going to actually do a book review on this. So we just received it. We just received this. So
Jonathan said I was going to ask how the review of the book works.
So Jonathan Jonathan Walker says I was going to ask how the review of the book was going. Well, we just got it. We just got it. So haven't had a chance to read it yet. And the reason I haven't had a chance to read it yet is because I finally got my proposal for the Exodus Plagues book to the publisher today. So been kind of busy with writing projects. But we're going to get to that, and we are going to review it. And the proposal is off for my book. So I have one more major writing project I need to do prior to ETS. And then I'll be able to read it and get to it. Okay. Jimmy the Jew from Philly says, anyone talking about the 10 Commandments being made out of sapphire? Okay. This is a myth. Okay. I've heard this one. The 10 Commandments were not carved out of sapphire. If you could find a slab of sapphire that big, it'd be pretty impressive anyway. But no, sapphire doesn't come that size. So it would be cool. It would be cool if you could find a piece of sapphire that big, but you're not likely to. Sapphires don't grow that size. So, and if you did find it that size, you couldn't cut it. So that would be a problem. In all likelihood, the 10 Commandments were carved out of limestone. In all likelihood. Okay. So then that covers the non-super chats. Let's get to the super chats. The first super chat is James31 applicable to being a Christian YouTuber? Let's pull up our Bible here. Go to James 3:1. James chapter 3, verse 1. Thank you very much for this super chat. We appreciate it. And it says, "Let not many of you become teachers, my brethren, knowing that as such we shall incur a stricter judgment." Does this apply to Christian YouTubers? Yes. Yes, it does. And oh boy, does this. Now, strictly speaking, this passage is talking about those who teach in a church. But broadly speaking, it applies to anyone who professes themselves to be a Christian teacher. So if you profess to be a Christian teacher and you go on YouTube and you're not competent to be a teacher, yeah, you're going to face a certain judgment for your lack of competence. And I think there's many teachers on YouTube right now that have hung up a shingle, claim to be Christian teachers, Christian apologists, and are doing incredible damage to the faith. So I absolutely think that this does apply to Christian YouTubers. And I could name a half dozen of them that shouldn't be on YouTube because of their lack of competency in treating the scriptures with care. Because here's the thing, what you're doing when you teach from the Bible is showing respect to God by handling his word with care and competence so that you build up the body of Christ. Those who incompetently teach the Bible tear down the body of Christ. So I absolutely think that this applies to Christian YouTubers, and many of them should reflect whether they have the sufficient toolkits to be doing this on YouTube. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is from Jack Ray, who sponsors a bonbon question. And he asks, how were physically and or psychologically weak men treated in a militaristic culture like Assyria? Did they have the option of becoming priests, or did they get to do something else? Most of them became farmers. That's what happened to most people in the ancient world anyway. Most people in the ancient world were not soldiers, were not priests. Those are the elites, okay? The vast majority of people in the ancient world were farmers. Now, this is not true today. Today, most people are not farmers. But back then, most people were farmers. And physically or psychologically weak people would not have been asked to join the military. They would have been basically working their farms. So that's what happened to them. They weren't derided or anything like that, you know, because they provided the food. They provided the food. They had their own function in society. So they weren't looked down upon. They were just sort of kind of, how do I say this, ignored. They were left to do their thing. At least until they left in peace. They were left in peace to farm. So that's how most ancient military cultures, you know, treated, say, men who weren't, say, fit for war. We also have to remember, too, that in the case of, say, Egypt, it wasn't a conscription army. It was a volunteer army. In Assyria, it could be a conscription army, depending on the time period. But also, though, too, many of those people who sort of were conscripted, you know, they'd already been working on the farm for a long time and were physically strong. even if they were, say, not, say, psychologically the same. A lot of, say, people who were, say, physically weak, a lot of them became scribes. A lot of them became literate and found other niches in society that they could fill. Some of them became overseers and supervisors of other work gangs and that sort of thing. So they always found a place in society for the most part. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next super chat is from Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Another Bonbon question. Did any changes in ethics and morals occur from the second intermediate period to the New Kingdom? Did some things that were previously moral become immoral, or vice versa? Not really, but the morality was a little different depending on who was in charge. Okay? So, Egyptian morality remained Egyptian morality between the second intermediate period and the New Kingdom. Hyksos morality was different than Egyptian morality. And as such, you could make a case that there was a moral shift by who was in charge. But at the same time, too, that was because they drove out the Hyksos in the New Kingdom, not because the attitudes of the people had changed per se. Like, for example, the Hyksos had no problem tomb robbing Egyptian tombs. They would pillage. They couldn't care less if they pillaged the tombs of a dead person. And this is one of the things the Hyksos would do, is they would go to Saqqara and they would grave rob. Steal the gold, steal the bronze, take it back, and just sort of sell it. Sell it on the open market in the Mediterranean. So there was a lot of tomb robbing done by the Hyksos in the second intermediate period. And that was seen as to be completely immoral by the Egyptians. But that wasn't a change in morality. That was a difference, a cultural difference between, say, the Hyksos and the native Egyptians. But the native Egyptians pretty much had the same continuity of moral tradition that they had at least since the Middle Kingdom. So that's the best as we can describe it. You do find a few changes later on at the end of the 18th dynasty. You really don't see extreme changes in Egyptian morality until the late period. In the late period is when you really start seeing some moral changes in Egyptian society. You see, for example, in the late period, the idea of personal wrongdoing and personal sin and personal culpability. That's something you start seeing in the late period. But you don't see that earlier than that. In the late period, you start seeing some really extreme forms of this. And it's actually the first time we start seeing the concept of an Egyptian hell being introduced for being immoral. So that's something you're going to just see later on. The late period starts with the Assyrian invasion. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's when you start seeing it, is with the Assyrian invasion. Okay. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I can give you the exact dates of the late period here, and just give me a moment here and I'll get that for you. Don't know the dates of the late period off the top of my head because it's kind of post-interesting. For me, anything after the New Kingdom's kind of dull. But get that for you though, just so you know. Okay, late period. Okay, the late period is dynasties 26, 27 to essentially the Second Persian period. So the dates of the late period are 664 BC to 332 BC. Okay. So yeah, the beginning of the Assyrian invasion. Okay. When they depose the 25th dynasty and put in basically Samtek the First as sort of the puppet pharaoh. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is from Mobius for $10. Thank you for the Super Chat. And he asks, what do you think of the size of P. Ramses? Okay, now, he sent me an article by Henrik Fransmeyer to have a look. And in that article, there are allusions in there to P. Ramses being very large. Okay. Now, I did read that article, and it's misleading in some respects, unfortunately. If you don't know the archaeology of the period, there's some things that he sort of conflates. Okay. For example, he conflates. He kind of views P. Ramses as not just, say, the island of P. Ramses, which is about 200 hectares, but he also adds, say, suburbs and other sites that are nearby, like Emet and Avaris. Okay, so he is sort of taking all those satellite towns and sort of combining it into one big metropolis of P. Ramses. Okay, so I don't think it's as big as he suggests. And certainly the island of P. Ramses is doesn't date to any earlier than Seti the First. Okay, so I think the suggestion that it was 1,000 hectares is way off, way off. I think the idea though that that P. Ramses was maybe the central city and that there were these satellite suburbs is totally acceptable. But P. Ramses itself was confined to that island. I don't think it really extended beyond there, except in maybe an informal sense. In the way that, for example, you have Vancouver, but you also have municipalities around it, like Delta, Surrey, Coquitlam, Burnaby, New Westminster, Richmond, etc. And colloquially, we include all of those as being Vancouver, but there's really the central city of Vancouver. Okay, so I think that's the sense in which he's using P. Ramses here is in that sort of metropolis kind of sense. And I don't think the Egyptians used it in that way, honestly. Because one of the things is that during the inundation, there would have been water. I mean, P. Ramses was surrounded by water. Completely surrounded by water. And I think one of the problems with what that Franz Meyer runs into is what we call today the automobile problem. Okay? And what's the automobile problem? Okay, when you do things by automobile, your sense of geography is distorted. 5 minutes, you've gone all through it. And you are then, you think it's only taking you 5 minutes. Okay. Whereas if you walk the same distance, it would take you a half hour, an hour. So I think Franz Meyer suffers from the automobile problem. The idea that you can get into a car and you can move from point A to point B really, really fast, and that distorts your sense of geography. And a lot of people suffer from this. This is why you get people in the ancient world who study, for example, say Bethlehem and Jerusalem and say it's the same town, when it's clearly not. They're separated by kilometers. And in the ancient world, that was enough to consider each town a different location. And I think 2 kilometers is far enough away that for people living in the ancient world, they were distinct locations. So I'm not quite buying Franz Meyer's argument that they're just the same place but suburbs. Okay? So I don't think his argument holds a lot of water there. But with that said, I think his article, it was in many respects a very good article. Okay? Even if his conclusions and conflations were kind of don't sort of hold up to scrutiny. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 5 memberships. We really appreciate your support of the channel. It really helps, and we so very much appreciate it. Next super chat here is from TBD for $5. What is the difference between a spiritual gift and the kind of natural gift even an atheist can have? Okay, well, I think the difference comes down to, what are you born with? Okay? Now, a spiritual gift is something you're not born with. It's something you receive from the Holy Spirit. Okay? Upon your conversion. So, a natural gift is a talent or ability you might be born with. Now, there's some question that you might pick up talents later. Naturally. That's completely possible. But they're the results of, say, natural abilities. A supernatural gift tends to be something that you're given through the conversion process. Okay? Through the power of the Holy Spirit. So this can be things such as supernatural insight, things such as wisdom, prophecy, speaking in tongues. Those are gifts that are not necessarily a natural ability, but one that comes through conversion. Okay? So that's generally the differentiation here. Is it's something that you would have gotten through, not necessarily through study. You wouldn't get it through study. You wouldn't get it through natural abilities. It's something extra that you get on top of your natural abilities. And it's used for the edification of the church. That's the other thing, is a spiritual gift has to be applied to the church and for the purposes of growing the church. Okay? So that's what's meant by a spiritual gift as opposed to a natural gift. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, TBD for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Doreen Virtue's Michael Heiser video? I thought it was shameful. Yeah, I thought that was shameful. I thought that was shameful on a number of grounds. Okay. First of all, it struck me as sort of sour grapes. Really struck me as sour grapes. Michael Heiser had invited Doreen Virtue for an interview. He paid for the flight, gave her all his books, and interviewed her to take over his video series. Okay? And then something happened and the plans fell through. Okay? And it looks like she never read the books. And she basically strawmanned a lot of his arguments because she had a certain grudge. Okay? So that's what it looked like to me. Okay? Yeah, it really looked like sour grapes on sort of bordering on grifting. So, yeah, it was not a good look. It was not a good look. And okay, yeah, if you have a legitimate complaint, basically critique of his theology or his ideas, sure, go for it. You know, we all want to make sure that our ideas are vetted, can stand up to scrutiny and all that. That's fine. You know, if you have a legitimate complaint against his, but the critiques, you know, they're accusing him of polytheism. You know, Heiser's not a polytheist. He's not even close to a polytheist. Not in any way, shape, or form. You know, it was crazy. It was really crazy. It was crazy. It was irresponsible, and it looked like malice. It really it stank of malice. You know. Oh, he didn't get me what I wanted, so we're gonna tar him now. Yeah, it was not a good look. It was, I thought it was a disgraceful display. So that was my opinion of her video. I don't think her critiques of him hold any water. And I think it was just one straw man from beginning to end by people who are completely ignorant of his theology. Linguist Analyst says, I thought it was even worse when she waited till after he died. Well, you know, after he died, he couldn't do anything for her. It's like she wanted to be his protege. She wanted to take over for him. You know what? Kind of glad she didn't. So, I mean, like, it almost smacked of her blaming him for what he didn't do for her. Like he owed her. Really. Jack Ray asked who took over. Nobody, because the funding wasn't there. We have to understand that all these sort of projects, you know, video projects like these, you know, televised projects, all these depends on funding. You know, and we all understand that going into these sorts of things, that these projects are always contingent on funding. No funding, no project. And we've all been part of this. We've all had this. You know, we've all been asked to do something, and later on the funding didn't come through. It's happened to my wife. It's happened to me. It's just part of it. You know, there was a time when I was supposed to go dig in Egypt, but it depended on BBC funding. The funding never came through. The project, therefore, never came through. So This is just the nature of the beast, is that whenever you do a project, it all depends on funding. And that never went forward after Heiser moved on because the funding dried up. Harry Stark says, "Isn't defamation of the deceased a criminal offense?" No, it's not. It's not a criminal. It's unsavory. It's could be immoral, but it's not actually a criminal offense because there's no standing of a living person. Now, the estate, if it's really wild, the estate could sue. But you have to have deep pockets to do that, and it has to be really grievous. So, it's a scuzzy thing to do. Yeah. Darkblade, I think even definition of the living is civil. Yeah, it's civil for the most part. In Canada, it can be criminal. It can be criminal in Canada. In the US, it's civil. So their jurisdiction would be in the United States. There, it's definitely civil. So that's my thoughts on Doreen Virtue's video. I thought it was outrageous. I thought it strawman Heiser. And I said it looked like sour grapes. It was not a good look. Okay. The next one here is from Daniel for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He said, "Your top 3 personal favorite Old Testament books." Okay, first of all, I would, I think near the top of the list, I would put The Art of Biblical Poetry by Robert Alter. Excellent book. It'll change the way you read poetry, biblical poetry. Incredibly good book. The other 2 books I have right here, which are The Old Testament is Dying by Brent Strawn. Excellent book. I would also include Behind the Scenes of the Old Testament. I think this is a very, very good resource. Even if I do say so myself, because I have one essay in there. But I think this is a very, very good resource, and I have used it on many occasions for a variety of topics in the Old Testament. So, oh, did he mint? Question mark suit fan. I thought he meant 3 top books in the Old Testament. Well, okay. If he meant that, it would be Exodus, Genesis, and Isaiah. There you go. It's like, okay, there you go. That would have been an easier question. Double win. Jonathan Walker, Exodus, what a shocker. Yeah. Okay. The next super chat here. Do you think the books of the Pentateuch are the only books of the Bible which could be pre-monarchic? I think they're definitely the ones that are most likely to be pre-monarchic. I think there are several books that are pre-exile. Like, I think Joshua's pre-exile. I think Samuel is pre-exile. Okay, but but pre-monarchic, I think you're pretty much limited to the Pentateuch in that case. So, no, Job is not pre-monarchic. Job is actually Iron Age. And it's probably Iron Age 2. And that is because there are markers in there that infer the smelting of iron as well as, say, the Aramean states. So Job is definitely not pre-monarchic. It's probably pre-exile, but it's not pre-monarchic. I would date Job to, as I said, roughly the 8th centuries, where I would peg Job. So that's where I would put Job. I know. I mean, I even heard what Dennis Prager say that Job was the oldest book in the Bible. You know, I would have thought that would have that thought would be dead at this point. I mean, there's really, the evidence is so far against Job being an old book. It's just crazy. But I think it is pre-exile, but I also think it's definitely not pre-monarchic either. Okay. Daniel for $10. What's a good book on the date and authorship of the Psalms? Would one recommend commentaries to do the job? One of the recommended commentaries do the job. I think that's the closest you're going to get. Here's the problem with the Psalms. The Psalms are kind of all over the map. The Psalms are not just one book written at one particular point in time. There are Psalms that are ascribed to Moses, and there are Psalms ascribed to people late in, say, the monarchic period. So, dating Psalms is really kind of a sketchy proposition. Authorship has been ascribed to them, but the question is, how accurate is that? That's going to be an issue of scholarly debate. So, yeah, Jonathan Walker says Psalms is a library with many authors. Exactly. And because it's a library with many authors, dating is going to be all over the map. So it's not something where you can just sort of just nail it down to one day and go, aha, we got the Psalms. It doesn't work that way. Not with the Psalms. So the best you're going to have to do here is you're going to have to go to a commentary. And you're going to have to take this on a Psalm-by-Psalm case basis. Okay? So that's what I would recommend for you here. And I would have the same approach with the Proverbs as well. Okay? Which is you're going to have to take every proverb on a case-by-case basis. So that's probably the best we can do for you here, is you're going to have to go through the commentaries to get those questions answered. All right? So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. Does Euthyphro's dilemma apply to Christianity? Okay. What is Euthyphro's dilemma? It is the idea that is what's moral prescribed by God, or the gods in his case, or does God prescribe things because they are good? So it's a question of sort of a chicken and the egg here. What is the source of goodness here? Is our laws good because they come from the gods, or are the gods prescribing laws because they are good? So that's Euthyphro's. I'm gonna butcher that name all night. Euthyphro's dilemma here. Now, I think the problem here is it's sort of a black and white fallacy. Okay? Because here's going to be the issue with this dilemma. Okay? If it is prescribed, if God prescribes a law, and that makes it good, then what is good becomes sort of a fiat thing. Okay? That's done capriciously by God. Whereas, say, if God prescribes law because it is good, then there's a good that sort of transcends above God. And then God is subservient to the good. So that's the problem here. Now, there's some issues with this, okay? Is that it doesn't sort of account for the idea that God is by nature good and that God prescribes it out of his nature. So that would be the Christian answer to this problem, is that the dilemma here would be resolved by ascertaining the nature of the deity. If the nature of the deity is that he is good, then say there's no good above God, and God's nature then is to prescribe things that are good. So now in Euthyphro's day, Greek gods were seen as ambivalent, having both good and bad characteristics. The nature of a Greek deity was, they did some pretty crummy things, okay? They'd smite you for no good reason. They were capricious, dangerous. That was the nature of Greek deity. So back in the day, yeah, they'd be angry at someone else and they'd come down on you for it, just because. So, this is just one of those things that, we sort of take for granted in Christian religion, is that, yeah, Euthyphro. Yeah, bro. I still can't pronounce that. There's no way I'm going to be able to pronounce this. This is going to be one of those live streams where everything I mispronounce. Jack Ray. Frivolous Greek and Roman gods. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so it's just like, okay.
Rank somebody above me.
Yeah. Yeah. Darkblade. Hera be like, you rank someone above me in a beauty contest, your whole city will die now. Yeah, that's pretty much how the Greek gods worked. Yeah, that's how they worked. So, Euthyphro will have that sort of view of divinity. So, for him, this is a real problem, because the nature of God is not necessarily good. However, the Christian God is, by his nature, all good. It's part of his nature. There's no evil in him. So because there is no evil in him, this dilemma doesn't apply. Any law that God prescribes is by the nature of the lawgiver going to be good. But there's no good that, say, transcends them, because there's nothing that transcends the nature itself. It's part of the essence of God himself. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministers for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. What is David in hieroglyphs? Hand, vulture, foot, reed leaf, hand. Okay. How about Yusef? Okay, that's double reed leaf, quail chick, door bolt, quail chick, and horned viper. Okay. There you go, spelled out. Egyptian spelling bees, real complicated. Okay. So here's the next one. 18 Ministries for 199. Was polygamy a thing in ancient Egypt? No. Except for the king. Only the king was allowed to have more than one wife. Everyone else had to have only one wife at one time. Now, you could get in and out of marriage real easy. Okay? Divorce was easy. Marriage was easy. You know, they had revolving door marriages, but they didn't have polygamy. Polygamy was not permitted for anyone except the king. And there was a very specific reason why. The fertility of the king reflected the fertility of the nation. So, yeah, there was a lot that was sort of went in behind that, that privilege that the king had. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 80 Mysteries for 199. Does Laban's death threat count as divination? No, it doesn't. It's not a divination. A divination is technically when you try to predict the future through various means. Okay? He's not predicting the future through his death threat. He's just making a death threat. Okay? By the way, in case you didn't know, we do have Laban's death threat on coffee mugs and, as of this week, t-shirts. Okay? So if you want a biblically accurate death threat, let me see if I can pull up. There's the coffee mug. There we go. Laban's death threat on a coffee mug. May the Lord keep watch between you and me wherever we're away from each other. It just gives you the warm fuzzies, doesn't it? Big Destiny. I have the mug. Would recommend. Well, I ordered the t-shirts for myself, so I'm going to be walking around ETS with that t-shirt. It should get some really interesting looks. All right. So yeah, it's the death threat's not divination, but it is a death threat. 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Did ancient Near Eastern people celebrate birthdays? No. Birthdays were celebrating birthdays was not really a thing until the early modern Europe period. Okay? So it's not something you're going to find in the ancient cultures. Ancient cultures didn't celebrate birthdays. Not even for kings. Kings didn't even celebrate birthdays. You know, it just wasn't an important day in the life of most people. So it wasn't something that happened often. Now, there were times when people did celebrate important occasions. Like, for example, an important birthday might be marked. But it was pretty rare for it to happen. Yeah, no birthday cake. So, yeah, I think Herod's birthday was celebrated, but again, it was one of those, that was a very unusual situation. It didn't happen often. We just, like, for example, most kings didn't celebrate their birthdays. It just wasn't. You didn't see Egyptian kings do this. You didn't see Assyrian kings do this. It was a pretty unusual thing. It was the exception, not the rule. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 ministers for 199. Is Adad Nirari III the Assyrian king in Jonah? Probably not. Let me just take a look at Adad Nirari III here. Adad Nirari III is 811 to 783. That's probably a little on the old side. Too early. We know that Jonah lived during the time of Jeroboam II. Okay? So the kings that are going to be contemporary with that are going to be Ashur-Nirari V, Ashur-Dan III, and Shalmaneser IV. So it's going to probably be one of those three kings that's going to be contemporary with Jonah. So that's where I would say, that's where I would peg Jonah. I think if you go much earlier than Ashur-Nirari V, you're probably too early for Jonah. So that would be my thought on this. And I think, to be honest, Shalmaneser the IV or Ashur-Dan the III are probably the most likely candidates for the Assyrian king in Jonah. And these were times of decline anyway. So this would totally make sense with the Jonah narrative. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. $80 ministers for $199. Thoughts on guardian angels? Sure. I have no problem with this. I think it's possible that there are guardian angels. I think there are angels that are sent for specific purposes to guard certain people at certain times. Absolutely, I have no problem with this. I think it's consistent with the biblical narrative. So, yeah, don't have an issue with this. Dossman, are there angels in the outfield? That might be a little different. I don't know if they play baseball.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone plays baseball, even angels. As and where Gavin Ortland made a video on this recently, haven't watched it yet. I watched part of it, and I think it's fine. I don't have any problem with the reasoning I saw so far. I didn't watch the whole thing. I think I've watched like the first 10 or 15 minutes. His videos get very long, and I like my information a little faster than that. So, but I didn't have a problem with any of his reasoning. So, yeah. I have no problem with this. I have no problem with the whole idea of guardian angels. I think Jimmy Aiken also did a video on guardian angels too. It's been a popular topic recently. So, but again, I don't have any problem with the whole concept. So, hope it helps. Thank you for the super chat. 18 ministers for 199. What are power princes and principalities? Are they demons? That is a good question for a couple of reasons. The question, first of all, the question is, what is a demon? Okay. A demon is basically a fallen spirit that acts as a agent. Okay, an agent of evil. Okay, so that's what a demon is specifically. Now, could they be fallen angels? Certainly. Could they be other spirit critters? Certainly. Princes and principalities, are they necessarily fallen angels? No. because angels are not the only spirit critter running around. Angels are one type of spirit critter, but they're not the only type of spirit critter. You also have, say, the Council of Gods, and those are not angels. Those are not angels. They're their own sort of unique. They're best described as primordial deities. Okay, lower beings that are there to support the created order. And principalities and powers are more along the lines of, say, primordial deities that have sort of left their first estate than they are necessarily, say, fallen angels. So, when would they have been made? They would have been made shortly after the creation itself. Okay? So, the idea here is God made the creation. Okay, he made the creation, and in the sort of worldview of the ancient Near East, you don't just make material creations aren't created by themselves. You can't de facto create a material creation on its own because it collapses. So there's a side effect to making a creation, which is chaos monsters. Well, how do you deal with the chaos monsters? Okay. The chaos monsters are the side effect of creation. Well, you create primordial deities that once you vanquish the chaos monsters, you still need that gap filled. You need that spiritual support to support the material creation. So the primordial deities fill in the gap that's left behind by the vanquished chaos monsters. Okay, so you get rid of the chaos monsters, you now have the primordial deities. They fill in that role. They support the creation. But what do you do then when they rebel? Okay, and that's sort of, we then have God himself having to intrude back into creation to support the creation. This is why we have, for example, the statement that all of creation is supported by Christ, because a lot of those primordial deities abandoned their estate. Jonathan Walker. People think sharks are scary. Just wait until they meet Leviathan in the deep. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to meet him. I can do without that. That's why I stay out of submarines. Okay. Submarines are just scary. Okay. Oh, the giant squid. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Architeuthis. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah, they are massive, those Architeuthis. That's a weird. Trust ABR, fight Leviathan. After this week, I'll fight Leviathan. Yeah, this week has not been a good. Ugh. Darkblade. There's also a colossal squid, which makes the giant squid look tiny. Yeah, those giant squids are pretty big. Okay, so that's sort of what the princes and principalities are. They're those primordial deities that are there to sort of fill the gap. They're there to take over when the chaos monsters are vanquished. Okay, so hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thoughts on spiritual gifts tests? I think they could be useful. For people who don't know what the spiritual gifts are, I think they can be very useful. There are some people out there who have no idea what their spiritual gifts are, and I think it can be helpful. It can also be misleading too, though, sometimes. So I think you have to sort of take it for what it is. It's a guide, it's helpful, but it's also not the final word on it either. Okay? So I would encourage people to do it. It's useful. It can sometimes surprise you what comes out on that. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. AT Ministers for $1.99. Thank you, super chat. Could viziers have multiple wives? No. Viziers were not in Egypt, were not permitted to have multiple wives. Only the king. The crown prince couldn't have multiple wives. The crown prince was restricted to one wife. So was the vizier. Okay. So, yeah, only the king was allowed to have multiple wives in Egypt. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. AT Ministers for $1.99. Thoughts on carnal Christians? My thought on carnal Christians is they're going to regret this for eternity. I don't think that they were necessarily unsaved. I think that the grace of God is incredibly generous. Okay? But it also says in 1 Corinthians chapter 3 that those who, devote themselves to earthly things, they're going to experience a loss. Even though they're saved. So even if a Christian, a carnal Christian, has that, say that point of repentance and salvation, they're not getting any rewards. And the thing with rewards in heaven is they're eternal. They're eternal. Deacon asks the question, does it say that fornicators go to heaven? No, it doesn't. But here's the thing, too. There's a difference. We have to understand that there is a difference, too, between say, an unbeliever and a carnal Christian. And asks the question, what is a carnal Christian? A carnal Christian is somebody who believes with God that sin is wrong. They side with God that sin is wrong, but they practice sin anyway. Okay. That's what a carnal Christian is. Somebody who just refuses, who has a inkling of repentance, okay, but doesn't go all the way, okay, doesn't change their life on a permanent basis, okay. So they're going to side with God that sin is wrong, but they'll do it anyway. Okay. So there's a real difference here between, because the amnesty of God is not that you're perfect. Your sin is covered by Jesus Christ. But where do you side on the question of sin? God really cares about that question. Are you against sin, even if you practice it? Or are you for sin against God? Okay? So a carnal Christian, as Jonathan Walker just said, you know what's wrong, you agree it's wrong, but you do it anyway. That's the carnal Christian in a nutshell. Okay? Now, there's consequences to being a carnal Christian. The consequences of being a carnal Christian is you lose out completely in rewards. Okay? You lose out completely. Okay? You might be saved, but there's a lot of rewards in heaven, and they are eternal. And people will experience loss because they could have done better. Addison Weir asks, what about those struggling with a sinful habit? For example, prawn. Okay, these are, you do get people who will struggle with sin. Okay? Sometimes it's asked, what's the difference between, can a homosexual be saved versus can a gay person be saved? Okay? And, I know in modern language there is often, the two are conflated. Okay? Now, it is true that a homosexual can be saved. They can be saved. They may not practice their proclivities. They may struggle with it all their lives. They may even fall into sin. But they can agree with God that it is sinful, and even though they struggle with it all their lives, and if they agree with God it's sinful, they can still be saved. On the other hand, somebody who relishes the lifestyle and the sin against God, they cannot be saved. So it really comes down to, where is your agreement with God? Do you agree with God on the nature of sin, on what is sin, and are you going to be opposed to sin, even if you fall into it repeatedly, even if you struggle with it? So it's not so simple as saying fornicators won't get into heaven. It's not that simple. Now, when that verse talks about fornicators, liars, cowards not getting into heaven, these are people who are committed to that lifestyle. Okay? They are committed to that lifestyle. So somebody who's a committed fornicator is going to be and this is where we get to when we get to that sort of verse of that no fornicators, idolaters, cowards will enter into the kingdom of heaven. That's talking about people who are committed to that sin against God. So we do have to be cognizant that, if God's going to just stamp down on people who sin, we're all finished. We're all finished. No one can stand up to that. None of us have that level of righteousness. Okay? Jonathan Walker says, it also says murderers. But Moses was a murderer, and Moses is in heaven. Yeah, exactly. David was a murderer, also in heaven. So we have to be careful here that just being a sinner of a certain kind doesn't exclude you necessarily from heaven. It's, again, the grace of God is generous. It's incredibly generous. It's beyond our comprehension how generous it is. But there's a limit to that generosity. And that limit is, if we side with sin against God, you're outside of the amnesty. Okay? So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you aren't going to live a good life by continuing to sin. There's no advantage and only loss by continuing to sin. So it's always better not to sin. It's always better not to be a carnal Christian. Okay? It's just and the Bible gives us warning after warning after warning to flee sin for a reason. It's not good for us. It's not good for those around us. It's not good for your eternal future. It's bad. Stop it. Okay? So yeah, it's always better not to sin. It's always better to repent. So that's always better. But there are people who struggle. There are people who fall, and but as long as they stay on the right side of the amnesty, that won't exclude them from salvation. It's when they cross that amnesty that they're in trouble. And that's a very fine line. Okay. So, hope that helps. All right, the next one here. Some 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for super chat. Is Exploring Exodus by Nahum Sarna a good book? It's very out of date. It's very out of date. It's an okay book, but it was published, I think the last update of it was in 1996. I wouldn't recommend it today. I think it's out of date. I think some parts of it are very good. It could seriously stand an update. I think there's better out there. I think stuff by Hoffmeyer is more current. I like his commentary. But I think his Exploring Exodus is too long in the tooth. It's too long in the tooth. It's got some mistakes in it that I think shouldn't have happened, even at the date of publication. So, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it anymore. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministers for $1.99. Does the word steal, Exodus 20:15, mean steal or kidnap? It means steal. But we'll pull it up and we'll just talk about the verse. Okay, and this is from the 10 Commandments, because the Exodus 20 is the 10 Commandments. So, Exodus 20:15. You shall not steal. The word here is ganav, and ganav means to steal. Now, it is possible to steal a person, and that would mean to kidnap. But the word itself means theft, stealing. Okay? So, you can steal an item, and you can steal a person. When you steal a person, we call that kidnapping. But when in light of the 10 Commandments, this is stealing stuff. Okay? So it's like stealing your neighbor's donkey, or your neighbor's gold, or anything that your neighbor has. So that's what it's talking about here. Theft. Don't steal what's not yours. Okay? Okay. Yeah, identity theft is pretty bad. Yeah, again, identity theft is a kind of stealing. You're taking what's not yours, what doesn't belong to you. You're taking somebody's identity, their information, their good name, and to... Don't steal your neighbor's social security number either. Also not good. stealing your neighbor's wife. That counts under adultery. That's verse 14. Human trafficking. Yeah, that's another form of stealing. Okay. 18 ministers for 199. If Matthias replaces Judas, why is Paul an apostle? Okay, for a few reasons. Paul starts his ministry around AD 46. Okay, that's when he pretty much starts his ministry. There's already a vacancy here in AD 46. And that vacancy is James, who is martyred in 44. Okay? So, Paul here is not replacing Judas. Although, you might be able to make the case that Matthias's replacement wasn't legitimate. But I think it's more likely here that Paul is not a replacement for Judas, but for James, who's martyred very early. Okay? So, it's clear that James is dead already by the time Paul begins his ministry. So, that's why I think that when we talk about, say, the replacement of the apostles here, that Paul is not a replacement for Judas. Okay? But despite that, there's nothing that says anyway that apostles have to be limited to 12 in number. James the Greater, I think, is what it's the first James. Okay, the one that gets martyred first. Okay. Oh yeah, he meets him after. There's some overlap between between James and Paul, but Paul doesn't begin his ministry till 46. Okay. There's about 10 years between Paul's conversion and his ministry. Okay? So there's actually a long period of time between his conversion and his first ministry, his first mission. Okay? So yeah, Paul meets James, but Paul's not yet doing the work of an apostle. So it's a matter of office more than anything. So, and Paul basically is under the tutelage of Barnabas for 10 years. He's under the tutelage of Barnabas for nearly a decade. So Paul's not a new convert when he starts his mission. And when he starts his first mission in 46, he's not a new convert. He's already been a convert for like a decade. So, and it's during that time that he's under the tutelage of Barnabas. So, and Barnabas got around. Barnabas very much got around. Okay. So, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Big Destiny. He had to study that long even after growing up a Jew? Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Here's the thing, Timothy. Remember, in Timothy, when Paul advises Timothy on the selection of elders. Okay? Now understand, this is first century Judaism, first century Christianity. Everybody in first century Christianity practically grew up Jewish. Okay? Jews made up the majority of early Christians in the first century, by and large. One of the pieces of advice that Paul gives Timothy is to, in appointing elders, is don't appoint a recent convert. Okay? When you make elders, don't make them from recent converts. This is one of the pieces of advice Paul gives Timothy. And all of these quote recent converts most of them were from the Jewish population. So yeah. And we still see this today, where recent converts haven't come into the fullness of the faith yet. You know, they don't know enough to know that they don't know. So, you know, so even Paul had to go through this. Even Paul had to go through that process of being catechized into the faith. Same as everybody else does. Okay? So, this is why I also think it's really important that new converts to Christianity shouldn't basically, how do I say this? Be teachers. Okay? It's not good for new converts to be teachers. We've seen this with celebrity converts, where celebrity converts will sometimes go directly from being a celebrity unbeliever to a celebrity believer. And they don't know what they don't know yet. And they make mistakes that are damaging. So it's really good for a new convert not to be in a leadership role for several years after their conversion. Aaron Richards says, I see this so much in the church. Yeah, you do see this. It's just not a good thing. It's just not a good thing. Okay. Dossman says, you wouldn't want an Egyptian history teacher who just learned about Egypt a week ago, no matter how good intention or nice. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you wouldn't want that. You know, you do want them. Do you want brain surgery for someone who just got interested in medicine? My producer said. Ooh. Oh. Could make a scramble there. Yeah, that wouldn't be good either. ETK wouldn't want a swim coach who's never been in a pool. Yeah. Okay. Next one here is from JCM for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Does God love all people? Oh boy. Now that is a very, very tricky question. For a couple of reasons. Okay. There is a verse in the Bible that says, Jacob I loved, Esau I hated. Okay? So there is a question that's often asked amongst theologians, and it's highly debated. Does God love everybody? Or has he selected some to love? And then you've got others who will ask, well, did he love based upon his foreknowledge? Okay? So there's a lot of open questions there as to what level God loves. Does he love everyone? But and what does that mean? Okay? So and why would he cease to love? One of the things we have to understand about the emotions of God is they're positional. They're positional. So one of the things is, for example, if you move closer to God, God seems to love you more. If you draw away from God, you're moving yourself out of God's love. So that's one of the things about, say, positional emotion as opposed to affective emotion, is that in positional emotion, it's based upon your relationship. So in the case of Jacob, Jacob drew near to God. So Jacob was more loved by God, and Esau drew away from God. Therefore, he moved himself out of God's love. So that seems to be what's happening here with, say, positional emotion. So it's not so simple as God loves all people, because all people are not going to be wanting the same relationship to God. There's going to be variances in the people. And because there's variances in the people, God is not going to love them all in the same position. Okay? So that's the best I can sort of explain this. I hope that helps. It does make sense of that passage. Jacob I love, Esau I hated. And I hope that helps. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one from JCM for $2. What came first, the egg or the chicken? That's an easy one. It's the egg. Okay? And the reason why is because the chicken is a domesticated animal. And it was domesticated 8,000 years ago from the red jungle fowl. Okay? What? The chicken did not exist prior to 8,000 years ago. Gallus domesticus, which is the domesticated chicken, was a human domesticated animal from Gallus gallus, the red jungle fowl. Okay? So, which came first, the chicken or the egg? It was the egg. Because the egg existed with the red jungle fowl, not the chicken. So, there you have it. And it's delicious. Yes, it is. Especially deep fried. So, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Jack Ray. Well, you sure did crack that case. Yep. Dustman. Oh no, now I'm hungry. Oh boy. Yeah, I love these things that are that questions like this come up with stuff that's often from, say, man-made or man creatures that have been, and organisms that have been, say, whose development has been affected by mankind, Like, for example, like in the Creation Museum, where it shows a dinosaur eating a watermelon. Okay. Um, watermelons are a man-made fruit. They were bred from a wild melon. Okay. So the dinosaurs eating melons couldn't have happened. Well, which happens first, chicken or the egg? Well, there were no chickens prior to 6,000 years ago. So it had to be the egg. And there's a lot of the sort of domesticated plants and animals that didn't exist prior to mankind, breeding them. Like lemons. Lemons didn't exist prior to mankind's intervention. Broccoli didn't exist. Cabbage didn't exist. Brussels sprouts didn't exist. The modern apple didn't exist. The grapefruit didn't exist. Corn. There's a ton of these. Without man's intervention, the grocery store would be a very different place. Okay? Carrots would be unrecognizable. It's just...
That's also a reason why vegetables are...
Yeah, well... most of us, kale maybe, but kale was even an adaptation from small bug, a weed. Oh yeah, well, carrots, that's right, carrots were originally purple. They were actually white. They're white and they had thin little root. And bitter. Very bitter. So, yeah, it's just... Dark bait. But potatoes definitely exist, right? Yeah, I think potatoes existed. Yeah, they've been bred now. They have been bred and diversified now, but there were potatoes before. There are also tomatoes. Tomatoes are also not a breadfruit. Most of the species of most of the varieties of, say, bell peppers today or peppers today have been man-made bred. So Deacon God gave us potatoes and vodka, yeah. Nico says, if I'm not mistaken, the Creation Museum and Kim have long abandoned the watermelon T-Rex theory and believe their ancestors ate pre-flood foods versus their descendants. They might have abandoned that. I think enough people probably pointed it out to them that they took down that picture. But they had it for the longest time. So, they're not going to escape that one very easily. They should have been more careful. Okay, they should have been more careful. Danny Dement, I see I'm just in time for the agricultural discussion. Hey, came with the chicken and the egg. It was the egg. Okay, AT Ministries, Mark 2:22. Were wineskins to preserve or ferment? We'll pull up the chapter and verse here just to talk about it. Mark. And then we'll discuss about wine production. Mark 2:22. And no one puts new wine into old wineskins, otherwise the wine will burst the skins, and the wine is lost, and the skins as well. But one puts new wine into fresh wineskins. Okay. Let's talk about winemaking. Now, the way winemaking worked in ancient Israel was you fermented wine in big clay pots. Okay? That's where all the fermenting was done. Okay? But when the primary wine, when it ferments, goes under two phases. Okay? An aerobic and an anaerobic form of fermentation. Okay? There's also a third phase of fermentation, sometimes called secondary fermentation. Okay? Now, when you put your wine, your new grape, your must, into the jars, okay? It's full of oxygen. That's your aerobic fermentation. This is when the point when the yeast, which in the ancient times was on the skins of the grapes itself, started to multiply. And as the wine ran out of oxygen, the yeast entered into the anaerobic phase of fermentation. And that's when that yeast takes the sugars, and instead of using it to multiply, it converts that sugar into ethanol. Okay? And that's your primary fermentation. Now, it's at that point when that wine is usually at the end of that second phase, that anaerobic phase of fermentation. The wine is most often at that point transferred into the wine skins. Okay? But the problem is secondary fermentation. Secondary fermentation is when you have other bacteria that got into the wine that continue basically a second phase of a fermentation of sugar-like substances like oligosaccharides that are difficult to ferment by yeast. But other kinds of bacteria can ferment these. And sometimes these these bacteria are found on, say, the branches, or sorry, not the branches, the vines of the grape. Okay? And it's through the vines of the grape that this secondary bacteria gets introduced to the must. And this process of secondary fermentation can take a long time. It can take up to a year for secondary fermentation to complete. So the importance here was you could transfer the wine into the wineskins, and then secondary fermentation would take over and cause a little bit of the skin to expand. Now, if you put new wine into old wineskins, the secondary fermentation would cause the wineskins to rupture and break because there's no elasticity left in it. But the new wineskins had enough elasticity to accommodate the secondary fermentation. Okay, so that's what's going on here. So I hope that at least that explains what the wineskins were used for. It's generally to store and to preserve the wine. It's not to ferment it. Although fermentation continues to happen in the wineskin. Big Destiny asks, is this from the gases that are produced? Yes. Yeah. There is an offletting of gas that happens during all phases of fermentation, usually carbon dioxide. Darkblade asks, could someone do this with grape soda that uses real grapes and yeast to make wine out of soda? Yes, you could. It's doable. Okay? In fact, wine has been made out of a whole lot of materials, sodas. There was a guy who made wine out of Mountain Dew. I can't imagine it being all that good, but I had heard As long as the soda does not contain sulfites, it can be fermented. All sorts of things can actually be fermented. Yeah, he did Dr. Pepper as well. Yep. Yeah, you can make it. Welch's grape juice is a common ingredient in wine. Common ingredient. A Big Destiny says basically anything with sugars can be fermented. Yeah, as long as it doesn't have an inhibitor in it. Dossman says cactus cooler wine when? I think that'd be pretty good. Um, there are people who have done. I mean, you can ferment agave syrup. That's the base. That's the base for making tequila. That works. Yeah. So it's just. I mean, I did a batch of port. I made a batch of port once using a wine I made out of a variety of grapes, fermented on the stem, with Welch's grape juice added for extra body. And it fermented great, you know, and I had the stems in there to promote secondary fermentation. And got a very good port out of it. Very good port. Jack Ray, and in those days, the people learned much from the folk, and there was much falling off wagons. Well, we don't want people falling into drunkenness, okay? You know, we don't want you to sin over this, okay? But if that is within your freedom, Christian freedom, then okay, but don't let it become a problem. Jimmy the Juice says, Dr. Falk is such a nice guy. The people who attack him have to be total jerks because he's one of the least confrontational guys I've met. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Uh, yeah, Bubble Homeschool says, we all love Dr. Falk, but least confrontational, not so sure. Well, okay, here's the thing. A lot of people confuse being confident in a subject with being either arrogant or offensive. Okay? And I think that's really unfortunate, you know, and it kind of shows how sort of slack things have become when you can, you know, be confident in a subject, you know the subject well, and people will say, well, you know, what makes you the expert? Okay, you know, what do you say to that? So, Darkblade, will ancient Egyptian winemaking be on the tour? No, it won't, because it's not legal in Egypt. It's a Muslim country right now. Now, in Egypt, they still make beer. Beer making is allowed in Egypt. It's not going to be on the tour, but it is allowed in Egypt, but winemaking isn't. So, yeah, wine is not. You can't get wine even unless you go to a special shop. It's just one of those things that it's very difficult to get. Okay. Moving on here. JCM for $2. Romans 11:25. What does it mean by partial hardening? Okay. Let's go to Romans. $11.25. Okay. And it says, "For I do not want you, brethren, to be uninformed of this mystery, lest you be wise in your own estimation, that a partial hardening has happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles comes in. And thus all Israel will be saved, just as it is written, the deliverer will come from Zion, and he will remove ungodliness from Jacob." Okay, so what does a partial hardening mean here? Partial hardening means that they're going to be resistant. The Israel will be resistant to the coming of the Messiah until the fullness of the Gentiles. Once the fullness of the Gentiles is complete, that hardening part will be removed. Okay? So that's essentially what it means. It means resistant. Tough. That it's going to be hard to sort of for the gospel to break in. And that's because focus here is going to be on the Gentiles. The focus here is going to be on the Gentiles until the fullness of the Gentiles. Once the fullness of the Gentiles is done, then ungodliness will be removed from Jacob, and the fullness of then Israel will be completed. Okay? So, Israel got the gospel first. Many converted, but by no means all. Then the Gentiles get their shot, their chance. And then, once the fullness of the Gentiles is complete, the rest of Israel that will be saved will come to Christ. So that's what's meant here. It's only temporary. Think here that it's temporary hardening, as opposed to, say, partial. So it's easier to say, well, a part of it is hardened than in Greek than saying a temporary hardening. So think of it on that level, that this is a temporary hardening. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. JCM for 20. Matthew 20:16. Huh? Okay. Concise question. Not a very precise question, but a concise question. Okay, Matthew here. Matthew 20. And this, I believe, is the parable of the vineyard. Okay. Let's read from verses 1 to 16 here, because if we don't read 1 to 16, you won't get 16. Okay? So we'll start here at verse 1 of chapter 20. "For the kingdom of heaven is like a landowner who went out early in the morning to hire laborers for his vineyard. And when he agreed with the laborers for a denarius for a day," and that's typical wage for a day's labor as a denarius, "he sent them out into his vineyard. And he went about the third hour and saw others standing idle in the marketplace. And he said to those, 'You too, go into the vineyard, and whatever is right I will give you.' And so they went. Now he didn't promise them a denarii. Okay, keep that in mind. He didn't promise them one at this point. He's the second group. Again, he went out at the 6th hour and the 9th hour, and he did the same thing. And about the 11th hour he went out and found others. And he said to them, 'Why have you been standing here idle all day long?' And they said to him, 'Because no one hired us.' He said to them, 'You too, go into the vineyard.' And when the evening had come, the owner of the vineyard said to his foreman, 'Call the laborers and pay them their wages, beginning with the last group to the first.' And when those who hired about the 11th hour came, each one received a denarius. But when those who hired came first, they thought that they would receive more. But they also received each one a denarius. And then when they received it, they grumbled at the landowner, saying, "These last men worked only 1 hour, and you made them equal to us, having borne the burden and the scorching heat of the day." But he answered and said to them, "Friend, am I doing you? I am doing you no wrong. Did you not agree with me for a denarius?" Well, the answer is yes. You did agree for a denarius. "Take what is yours and go on your way. But I wish to give this last man the same as to you. Is it not lawful for me to do what I wish with what is my own?" Well, yeah. Yeah, it is. "Or is your eye envious because I am generous? Thus, the last shall be first, and the first shall be last." Okay. So, what does this mean? It means that God is gracious, and being gracious isn't fair. Okay? God is generous with his grace. This is all this entire parable is about grace. Grace is unmerited favor. You didn't deserve it. The guy in the 11th hour didn't deserve it to get a full day's pay for 1 hour work. Didn't deserve it. The owner of the vineyard is generous. And that's the point here. Grace is extended through generosity, not through what you deserve. And this applies to stuff such as heaven. Okay? There are those who, get in at the 11th hour. They get heaven too. Okay? But that's because the master is generous. This is the economy of heaven. The economy that says the master is generous who he wants to be generous to. And yeah, you can agree to a certain amount, and the master will maybe be more generous with you than he is with someone else. Or he may be more generous with someone else than he is with you. Okay? That's just part and parcel of that sort of divine economy. That God is gracious to who he's gracious. And here, everyone gets heaven. Everyone who works in the vineyard gets heaven. Whether they work 1 hour, whether they work the full day. They all get heaven. This is not talking about rewards, by the way. This is not talking about rewards. This is talking about basic salvation. So, that's what this is talking about, is basic salvation. And the generosity of grace that's extended through salvation. So, that's what's basically talking about here when it's the last shall be first and the first shall be last. Is the economy here is not based upon what you earn. Not how you work. Your works don't get you into heaven. God's grace does. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Emily Tedesco says, "I feel this ties into the parable of the prodigal son too." The prodigal son's different. There's a different lesson being taught in the prodigal son. The prodigal son is really talking about Gentiles. Okay? Jews and Gentiles. Okay? So that's really what's being talked about in the prodigal son. And a lot of people don't get the proverb of the prodigal son. The prodigal son is entirely about the Gentiles being grafted back into the family of God. So a lot of people try to personalize the prodigal son and try to make it their own and apply it to their circumstances, but it's really talking about national things, the nations. So I hope that helps too. JCM for $10. Interesting objection I saw on a Testify video. Why would Jesus just ascend and leave us with ourselves for the foreseeable future? Why not just establish his millennial kingdom then? Well, we've already sort of touched on this, which is that the fullness of the Gentiles isn't complete. You see, Christ could have established his kingdom at that point. It would be a very, very small kingdom. Be a few of his followers, and that's about it. But Christ had bigger plans. By delaying the inauguration of the millennial kingdom, he allows many to come to Christ, not just a select few. I mean, really, if he had established his millennium kingdom right there, there'd be about 500 people in the kingdom, and the rest of us would be toasting in a hot place somewhere. Okay? But Christ wanted to save the world. He had bigger plans for his kingdom, that every part of the world would become subject to him. Not just this little tiny piece of Jerusalem. It's bigger than that. It involves the Gentiles, the nations, bringing the nations back to God. So it's not just about establishing the kingdom now. It's about delaying the millennial kingdom until there's no more that are coming in. Okay? So this is the fullness of the Gentiles that needs to occur. That's the watershed moment. Is that fullness of the Gentiles has to be complete before the millennial kingdom comes in. So that's the reason why not to establish the kingdom then. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. JCM for $5. Genesis 6:3. If not lifespan, what else could God be talking about? Okay, let's take it to Genesis 6:3. And the text says, Then the Lord said, My spirit shall not strive with man forever, because he is also flesh. Nevertheless, his days shall be 120 years. Okay. Now, early in the 20th century, the idea that this was the maximum lifespan was very popular. It's not popular anymore. In fact, it's the minority view now. But as I said, in sort of the heyday of young Earth creationism, this was an incredibly popular view. Today, what it is the majority opinion is that this is actually talking about how many years before God strikes with the flood. Essentially, God's given a clock, has given the humanity a clock to put their affairs in order. So, essentially, you've tested my patience long enough, which is why he says, My spirit shall not strive with man forever. My patience is at an end with you. Because your flesh, you've got 120 years and then the jig's up. Okay? The jig's up and I'm finished with you. Okay? So this is not talking about the sum total of the lifespan of man. Yeah, okay, yeah. And Darkblade says there's a French woman born in 1875 who lived to more than 120. Yeah, there's been people who've lived longer than 120 years. But this is not um this is not one of those things where I think it's referring to lifespan at all. I think it's just it's
It's an engineering number.
it
They don't
yeah, your time's up in 120 years. That's what it's saying. Well, yeah, it could be a round number. I don't know if it is or not, but it's basically a clock. Basically, I've had it with you. Time's up. And then you all get flooded. Whoosh. The big whoosh. Okay. Hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Daniel for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Which version of the Pentateuch do you think is closest to the original? That's tough to say. I don't think one is particularly closer than any other. Of the three sort of text types that are out there, which are the Masoretic text, the Samaritan Pentateuch, and the Septuagint. I think each of those particular versions has its strong readings. It's not one of those questions where you can really answer this well, because you really have to take each sort of reading on a case-by-case basis. So it's not something you can just say, oh, the Masoretic text is the best, or the Septuagint is the best, or the Samaritan Pentateuch is the best, or closest. Hard to say. Now, I will say this. Because the Septuagint is a translation of the Hebrew, it's given to certain translational drift than, say, either the Samaritan Pentateuch or the Masoretic text. In some ways, it's almost a toss-up between the Samaritan Pentateuch and the Masoretic text, which one's closer to the original. But just by virtue of the Septuagint being a translation, it can't be as close to the original. Just because anytime you've got a translation, you've got an interpretation. And that's just the nature of translations. Where there's a translation, there's an interpretation. You have to, just the very process of translating, you're taking one text, you're bringing it into your brain, you're interpreting it into a second language, and then you're writing that out. So, by the nature of the Septuagint being a translation, it cannot be as close to the original. It's just not possible. But that doesn't mean the text underlying the Septuagint can't be, say, closer to the original than the Masoretic text or the Samaritan Pentateuch. And that's the difficulty here, is when we talk about the Septuagint as far as its, say, base text, we don't have that base text, and if we did, it's hard to say which one would actually be closer. So ultimately this is going to boil down to I don't know. Because I'm going to take every text on a case-by-case basis. Okay? So it's a tough one. This is a really tough question to answer. Jonathan Walker asks, wouldn't the Septuagint be older, or at least contain most of what's in there to be closer? Variations or additional lines, for example. That's the problem with it, though. Septuagint is older, okay? It's older than the Masoretic text. But it also seems to contain readings from multiple versions. Now, when you have something that has readings from multiple versions sort of mashed together, well, you're then going to have to ask, okay, which one is the closer one? Were both readings in the original, or was just one or the other reading in the original? Really hard to say. Yeah, it's an impossible thing to try to adjudicate. Which is why you kind of have to take all three versions and plus some Dead Sea Scrolls thrown in there for good measure and try to figure out what's most likely to be the original. And sometimes it's not quite what you think it is. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat and the follow-up question. Okay. Isaac Freeman for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Should Psalms be read as hyperbolic song lyrics? No. Now, it is true that the Psalms were originally set to music. And as such, they were probably song lyrics. The hyperbolic part is an issue. Okay? Now, I would recommend going and getting that book, The Art of Biblical Poetry by Robert Alter. Okay? Because Psalms are parts of the, are arranged in couplets. Okay? Sometimes the couplets do show hyperbole, but they can show other things too. They can show analogy. They can show contrast. They can show heightening or diminishing. There's a lot of various textual effects that setting one couplet against one singlet against another singlet, the combined comparison between the two singlets can result in a variety of various different literary effects. And Alter goes through this very well. So that's what I would recommend here. For this particular for any poetry. So I think this is why I think say Alter's book is so beneficial. In fact, his Art of Biblical Poetry is a masterpiece. His Art of Biblical Prose not so much, but his Art of Biblical Poetry is sort of the best treatment of biblical poetry. And you find biblical poetry in Psalms, Proverbs, and prophecy. So it can be really, really helpful for reading prophecy, it can be helpful for reading Proverbs, and it can be helpful for reading Psalms. So that's what I recommend here, is you read the Art of Biblical Poetry, and then take each couplet on a case-by-case basis as to what it's trying to say. Yes, it's all songs, lyrics. It was all originally set to music, but there's more going on there than just that. Emily Tedescu says, I love Alter's translation of the scriptures. The footnotes are incredible. Yeah, he's a good translator. He's a good translator, too. But that book, The Art of Biblical Poetry, is amazing. Absolutely amazing. It was really transformative in my thought processes. Okay, and Isaac Freeman for 199. What's a good commentary on the Psalms? There are several good commentaries on the Psalms. Van Gemeren has a good commentary. Wilson has a good commentary. Golden Gate has a good commentary. There's several really good commentaries on the Psalms. Wilcock has a good commentary on the Psalms. Wolke has a good commentary on the Psalms. There's lots of good commentaries on the Psalms out there. So there's no lack of good commentaries for the Psalms. The problem with getting commentaries on the Psalms is you normally have to buy 3 volumes. Or 2 volumes. You can't, it's hard to get a commentary, a single single volume commentary on the Psalms, just because the Psalms are such a large set of work. And the other problem is that it's poetry. Poetry is compressed language. When you unpack compressed language, it tends to be a lot longer than the original. So, commentaries on the Psalms tend to be very lengthy because of that aspect. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here. Sword with a Scholar for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What empire did Hatzor belong to? Why didn't the Hittites try to stop the conquest? And do we have anything from them regarding the conquest? Okay. Let's answer this in reverse order. There's 3 questions here. Again, I remind you, we're supposed to have 1 question per super chat. Okay. Okay. All right. We have nothing from the Hittites regarding the conquest, Israelite conquest. And there's a perfectly good reason why. And that's because in the early 12th century, the Hittite Empire fell to bits. Okay? It was pretty much done as an empire by 1170. So as the Israelites are entering into the Promised Land around 1223-ish, the Hittite Empire is in bad straits. It's in bad straits. It's having to fight the Sea Peoples. It's going to soon have to fight the Trojan War. It's not in a good way. It's undergone famine at this point. It's just, it doesn't care what's happening in Canaan at this point. Just doesn't care. Now, the second question, why didn't the Hittites try to stop the conquest, besides the fact they didn't care, was that the southern extremity of their holdings was really Kadesh on the Orontes. That was sort of as far south as their reach was at the time of the Israelite conquest. They weren't further south than that at that point. And the Israelite conquest never went much further north than Dan, than the tribal holdings of Dan. Samaria. Okay? So the two did not really come into conflict. So there was no conflict between the Israelites and the Hittites at any point. So it's just, they're just separated by geography. They're just separated by a big span of geography at that point. So there's no mention of them because it's not part of their, it's not important to them. What's happening in Canaan isn't important to the Hittites at this point. What's happening in Anatolia is, the Sea Peoples are going to be a big problem for the Hittites. Okay? So, and the Sea Peoples are going to disrupt the Hittites' access to the Mediterranean. So this is going to be a big problem for the Hittites. So the Israelites would have no interest to them. No interest to them. So this is why we don't have any writings about the Israelite conquest from the Hittites. Now, the first question, what empire did the Hatzor belong to? It didn't actually belong to any empire. Hatzor was associated with the Amorite Confederacy. Okay? It was sort of an independent city within the Amorite kingdom. Okay? So it was allied with, it was never conquered by the Amorites, but it was allied with the Amorites. So as the Amorites are rolling through the northern Levant in the 14th century, the Hatzor basically signs a treaty with the Amorites saying, okay, hey, let's be friends. Let's be friends. You don't conquer our city. We don't cause you guys any trouble. We'll fight on your behalf. You know, we can be good neighbors here. Okay? So, Hatzor didn't actually belong to an empire, but it had joined the Amorite Confederacy. And the Amorite Kingdom is really a group of, it's basically not so much a kingdom but a confederacy. It wasn't ruled by a single king. It was basically a loose confederacy of Amorite kings. Okay? So that's essentially the political situation for Hatzor. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Answering LDS for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Are Deutero and Trito Isaiah issues since Jesus quotes from them? No, they're not. I have got reservations about the idea of the Deutero and Trito Isaiahs. Okay. I'm not sure if this is I've got reservations about that whole rubric of being more than one Isaiah. I think that the idea that Isaiah is a reflected text is much more compelling for me personally. Now, I know there's lots of scholars out there that would disagree. That's fine. But even if those other scholars are all correct, still wouldn't be an issue because this would be still an inspired text. Okay? Even if it was, say, a line of Isaiah's. Okay? So, I don't think this is an issue at all. I think this is one of those tempest in a teapot issues. It doesn't really change the inspired status of this in any way. So, yeah, I don't think this is an issue at all. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Aaron Richard for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are your go-to commentaries and scholars for the book of Genesis? Okay, let me pull up Genesis here. Gordon Wenham is where I'll go first, probably for a commentary on Genesis. Klaus Westermann's good commentary, I'll go there too. And Robert Alter also has a good commentary on Genesis. So I think those are three good, solid commentaries on Genesis. As I said, Westermann is good. Wenham's good, and Alter's good. So those are three great commentaries that you could, go to for Genesis. I'm sure there's more, but out there because there's a lot of commentaries in Genesis, and I just haven't looked at them. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Justin R for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Hello, how are you? I'm fine. How are you? Despite the week. He says, my small group just read the story of the man stoned for collecting sticks and numbers. How do you reconcile numbers 15, 32, 36, and Jesus taking action on the Sabbath in Matthew 12, 1-2? Okay, let's look at the passage and find out. Okay, let's first look at numbers here. Numbers 15, 32 to 36. Now, while the sons of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering wood on the Sabbath day. And those who found him gathering wood brought him to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation. Okay, so they're laying a charge against him. And they put him into custody because it had not been declared what should be done to him. Then the Lord said to Moses, the man shall surely be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones outside the camp. Okay. So this is what's called case law. Okay? This is a description of a particular court case that has been, they don't know what to do with a guy who breaks the Sabbath yet. It's first guy who broke the law, or essentially. And he's being brought before Moses, and they're basically saying, okay, what's the punishment? We don't know what to do with this guy. He's broken the law. What do we do with him? And the Lord tells him to stone him. So now we have to understand that Sinai covenant, keeping the Sabbath, is really, really serious. This is the sign that you are keeping the covenant. This is the everlasting sign that the Israelites agreed to show that they are keeping the covenant. And they do that by showing that they're keeping the Sabbath. So to keep the Sinai covenant, you have to keep the Sabbath. So, very serious matter back then. Now, Matthew 12. Matthew 12, verses 1 to 2. And at that time, Jesus went on the Sabbath through the grain fields, and his disciples became hungry and began to pick the heads of grain and eat. But the Pharisees saw it and said to him, behold, your disciples do what is not lawful to do on a Sabbath. Okay. Now, there are a couple of exceptions to the Sabbath. One of those is gleaning. Okay? This is one of those exceptions to the Sabbath. You can glean. Now, this is what they're doing, is they're walking on the road, and they just happen to be on the corners of a field. Okay, now they're at the corners of a field, and gleaning is when you basically, a farmer's not permitted to cut the corners of his field. Okay? They're not harvesting. They're gleaning for personal use. So basically, they're just picking a wheat sheaf, taking off the chaff, and shoving it in their mouths. Okay? That's what they're doing here. So, they picked the heads of the grain and ate. So, they're not even bothering roasting this stuff. Okay? They're just taking the raw wheat and shoving it in their face. Okay? This is as bare bones eating as you get. This is the same. This would be the same as picking wild blackberries and eating them. Right there. Same thing. So, this is permitted when you're hungry. Okay? So this is something that's allowed. Okay? And he goes on, Christ goes on verse 3. And he said to them, have you not read what David did when he became hungry, he and his companions? How he entered the house of God, and they ate the consecrated bread, which was not lawful for him to eat, nor for those with him, but for priests alone. Or have you not read in the law that on the Sabbath, the priests of the temple break the Sabbath and are innocent? Now, what's he talking about here is of the priests breaking the Sabbath. Well, what they're doing here is priests are allowed to take a fork, stick it in the meat pot, and pull out something to eat. That's what Christ is talking about here. Yes, technically that's work. To put a fork in the pot and pull out a piece of meat. A random piece of meat. Priests are allowed to do this. It's not lawful under the Sabbath, but they are innocent because they are feeding their needs. Okay? It's exactly the same thing. So, the guy who's going out and picking wood is doing something that is sort of a secondary need. Okay, gathering sticks to make a fire is a secondary need in this situation. He doesn't need to be out there. He should have done that before. It's not that he was hungry. He hadn't picked up enough sticks prior. Because one of the things they're told is when you go out and when you do this, you know, you're supposed to do all your stick collecting prior. Okay, so that's essentially what's going on, is they're trying to fulfill their needs. Okay? And that's what that's in this particular case, there is an exception for hunger. Hunger does allow you to do things on a Sabbath. Okay? So Jonathan Walker, the guy is literally doing work when it should have been done beforehand. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the difference. You know, Jesus and his disciples are doing a need of the moment. Yeah, that's exactly the difference. You know, and the priests do the same thing. You know, the priests take that fork, stick it in the pot, pull out a piece of meat, and eat on a Sabbath. You know, David, when he went into the house of God, took the consecrated bread and he ate it because he was hungry. Yeah, so there is an exception in Torah for hunger. So, you know, it's permitted. Okay. So let's get on to the next super chat here. Let's see, where are we? Where did we leave off? Okay, there we go. Just R for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. I heard once someone say God must be prideful for demanding the universe and all humanity to worship him. How would you respond? Well, God is God. Okay? You know, this is not a pride thing. It's just a proper proper show of what God has done. You know? Here's one of the things is when we talk about pride as being a vice, you know, it's usually because it's a misplaced sense of pride. There is a good pride. There's a holy pride. You know, Apostle Paul says, if I boast, it's because I boast of Christ. Okay? There is a pride of knowing what you have accomplished, you know, and you can't do things properly. You can't leverage what you've done unless you know what you have done. That's not a sinful pride, but that's here's the problem here, is that when we talk about sinful pride or arrogance, we're talking here in an inflated sense of self, okay, as opposed to an accurate sense of self. A pride that's an accurate sense of self is not sinful. It's just knowing your proper place and what you have actually accomplished. So, What did God accomplish? Oh, he just created the universe, that's all. And all humanity. That little thing. Just a trifle. Even if God took pride in that, so what? It's a proper sense of pride. It's not an inflated sense of pride. And that's what would be the inference here, is that God would have an inflated sense of pride just because he created the universe. That's all. That mankind should worship him. Well, you know what? He created us. We owe him. Yes, we owe him for our existence. Worship is the proper response to what we owe God. I don't think that's unreasonable at all. If God really did create the universe, and he really did create us, worship is the proper response. And refusal to worship is improper pride. Because that would make us put our own estimations of ourselves higher than it actually is. So that would be improper pride, the refusal to worship. But God expecting us to worship, that's not prideful. I mean, come on. Really? You're going to compare any of our accomplishments to creating the universe? Really? You know, even just the sound of that is even ridiculous.
When you think about it, it's absolutely no way ever.
Yeah. Yeah. My producer said, no matter how you think of this, God can in no way have the wrong sense of pride. I mean, when you create everything.
I mean, he could be like the Greek god and be an but even then, as creator,
Yeah.
he would have that right.
Yeah, well, even as my producer says, even as a capricious God, you know, he would have that right.
We're very lucky he's a gracious god.
And we're lucky that he's a gracious God, but dang, I mean, come on. Have some sense of perspective.
And who are they?
Yeah, I mean, this is the statement is even prideful. I mean, it's an incredibly prideful statement. You know, just the statement alone is prideful. You know, but that's not a God problem. That's the problem of the speaker. Okay. Next one from Justin R for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What is your favorite book of the Bible and why? You're kidding me, right? You know it's going to be Exodus. And why is it going to be Exodus? Because there's a whole lot of Egypt in Exodus. I wouldn't think you even have to ask that one. Of course it's going to be Exodus. What else could it be? But thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Rob Laird for $19.99. Thank you for the generous super chat. Just a little tip to help keep the lights on. Well, thank you so very much. We really appreciate it. Hopefully the lights will stay on. Christ's blessing on your family and Christ's blessing on yours as well. Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. You have mentioned that Genesis 1 has the verb, subject, object, and Genesis 1-2 has the subject, verb, object, which implies a change of subject. Are there other examples? Oh yeah, there's many of them in the Bible, but I can't name them off the top of my head. There was a book called, I think it's something called Advanced Hebrew Exegesis. It's an anthology. Got a purple cover on. It was I have it on my bookshelf in my bedroom, but I can't sort of walk off and show it to you. Uh, but it talks about this relationship where if you have a subject verb object syntax, it does imply a change of subject. So, and it does happen fairly frequently in the Old Testament. So, it's not just in Genesis 1. It's all through the Bible. So, um, I hope that helps. But as I said, it's found all over the place. Because the normal pattern of syntax in Hebrew is the verb subject object. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Again, I wish I could have given you more examples off the top of my head, but I don't know any off the top of my head. Harry Stark asks a member question: is Hebrew or Aramaic the oldest language still in use? Well, Hebrew is older than Aramaic. By quite a bit. But is it the oldest language that's still in use? I think Hindi is actually older, but I'm not sure. It is Hebrew is probably the oldest language from the ancient Near East. But is it the oldest language still in use? I can't say for sure. I don't know enough about other languages to say that, but I believe Hindi is older. So I hope that helps. Hindi, absolutely not. Okay, then I have no idea. I don't know which one's going to be older here. But Hebrew is older than Aramaic. Sanskrit, yeah, probably Sanskrit. Okay. ETK for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are good verses that refute Book of Enoch? I don't know. It's been a little while since I've read the Book of Enoch. Long time since I've read the Book of Enoch. I don't read pseudepigrapha all that often. So, I can't really say what verses would refute it. There's some historicity issues with the Book of Enoch, but that's about all I remember with it. So I'd have to go back and reread it. So that's the best I can give you at the moment. So I'll probably have to give you a pass on this one. But thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I want to thank Jack Ray for 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Jonathan Walker found the book here. From Exegesis to Exposition, a practical guide to using the biblical Hebrew by Robert Chisholm Jr. It might be that one. I'd have to look. Let me just look that up on Amazon and see if it's the right one. I'd recognize it by its cover. From Exegesis to Exposition. Let's see if I find it here. No, it's not that one. No, it's not that Chisholm one. No, No, I would have recognized that cover. See if I can find it here quickly. Tell you what, this is what I'll do. I'm going to blank out the screen and just go get it. It's a purple covered book in the bedroom. I'll find it. All right, be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right. And it's not that book. It's this book, Linguistics in Biblical Hebrew by Walter Bodine. Okay. And the essay in question is by Barry Banstra on page 109. And the essay is called Word Order and Emphasis in Biblical Hebrew Narrative. Syntactic Observations on Genesis 22 from a Discourse Perspective. So there's an example of a word order there in Genesis 22. Okay? So that's the book, Linguistics in Biblical Hebrew, published by Eisenbrons. And the copyright date is 1992. Okay? So, hope that helps. Ah, that's nice. Okie dokie. Darkblade asked the member question. If someone got into your tomb and still broke one of your Shabti figures, did you lose that day off from working in Osiris's farm? Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. Oh yeah, if someone destroyed your Shabti figures, yeah, they're dead. Okay, they're not useful anymore at that point. Yeah, you don't want people destroying your Shabtis. That's not good. That's not a good thing for you.
Person specific.
They're not. Sorry.
Persons. So if they.
Oh, they are person specific. They are written with a name on it. Yeah. So yeah, Shabtis have our name, have names on them. They belong to a person.
So someone just stole them.
If someone
So
stole the,
Shabtis in museums are
yeah.
still working.
Oh yeah. In theory, though, the Shabtis in the museums are still working for their people. Yeah. They're all named. They all have names on them. Yeah. Now, I wonder what would happen if you rub the name, if you managed to remove the names and put your own names on them.
And the Shabtis say we don't have to work for
I don't know. I don't know if
you get off your
I don't know if the Shabbies would change alliances at that point, but hey, inquiring minds want to know. Okay. Next one is a member question here from Jimmy the Jew from Philly. Thank you for the question. Have you ever read Richard Elliott Friedman's work? Yes, I have. I believe Moses started the Torah, but Ezra finished it. The Torah evolved over 750 years. Okay, I don't like Elliott Friedman's work. Okay, I have two. Okay, Elliott Friedman believes in a very, very small Levite exodus. he wants his cake and eat it too. Without the documentary hypothesis, Friedman's work goes to dust. Okay? Friedman needs, I mean, if I've also attended some Friedman lectures, and 80% of a Friedman lecture is him talking about the documentary hypothesis. The remaining 20% is him talking about the Exodus. Without the documentary hypothesis, Friedman's work just falls to bits. It's everything he does is totally contingent upon the documentary hypothesis. I'm not a fan of the documentary hypothesis. I'm a supplementary hypothesis guy. Okay? So, I don't think that you need redaction criticism. I don't think it's good exegesis. I really don't think it's good exegesis. Yes, Maoist, I know your views on this. But he really does need the documentary hypothesis. Without it, he doesn't have any reason for redaction criticism here. It's the only reason for this. So I mean, I'm just not buying his views. I really don't buy his views, and I don't think it's a good. I've never seen one instance where he comes up with a better reading because of his documentary hypothesis. Period. So I have read his work. I'm just not impressed by it. Okay? So, thank you very much for the super chat or the question. Really appreciate it. Okay. Emily Tedescu for $2.99 Australian. What do you think on Bruce Gore's teaching? Don't know much about it. I've heard the name, but I don't remember what he did. So I'm going to have to give this one a pass because I don't know enough about it. Maybe some extra clues about what he did. But, Jimmy, the Jew from Philly. I just can't agree that Moses wrote all 5 books because it's obvious Deuteronomy is so different as far as author style. It can't be the same author. Well, here's the funny thing about this. Is that it seems very clear to me that say, Deuteronomy is a collection of papers. It's a collection of papers. And one of the things that I've seen in, as far as, say, stylistic things go, is that people can write very, very differently. You know, and this whole idea, the whole idea of style as indicative of authorship has fallen on hard times. It's fallen on hard times. Because here's the thing. You can have the same author write 2 different styles because they're using 2 different amanuenses. So I think that that's a problem when you start looking at, say, stylistic considerations. Amanuensis is going to change style. So you could have, say, Deuteronomy written by a completely different set of amanuensis than, say, Exodus. And yet, there's still the original author comes from the same source. So, I don't think style's a good judge of this. So, now I do think that, say, Deuteronomy required more, say, how to say it, text to paste it all together. It required more editing than, say, something like Exodus. Okay. So because of that, you're going to get a lot more, say, secondary filler material in Deuteronomy than you are going to get in, say, Exodus. But that doesn't mean that the core documents aren't from Moses. It just means that you have more hands in the pot, more people in the kitchen, as it were. So, yeah, Jonathan Walker says, style is nothing more than a different angle of the story. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, look, I mean, my fiction looks very different than my nonfiction. Very different. And my PhD dissertation looks very different than my book on the Ark of the Covenant. It's the same subject. My book on the Ark of the Covenant looks very, very different than my PhD thesis on ritual processional furniture. The styles are different. Completely different. But the audience is also different. You know, my PhD was written to an academic committee of scholars. My book on the Ark of the Covenant was written to a lay audience. So, and Christian Mouse says, that's why scholars who uphold the documentary hypothesis will say style is the least compelling evidence. It is least compelling evidence. There's much better evidence for the differences in J and E than style. And even for that, I don't find compelling. I don't find any of that evidence compelling. I think it's a broken theory. Which is why I think in 50 years, the documentary hypothesis will be a minority position. It's already headed in that direction. So the supplementary hypothesis is already sort of taking over. It's already the majority position in Europe. And I think it'll soon be the majority position in America eventually in 50 years. America tends to lag behind Europe by about 50 years when it comes to these theories anyway. So, yeah, in 50 years, it'll be a majority supplementary hypothesis world at that point. Darkblade says there have been no discovered manuscripts of J and E and no historical attestations of them ever existing. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So, Emily follows up here. All good. Gore has a lot of YouTube lectures on the historical and chronological context of the Bible. Okay. Yeah, I haven't watched any of his material. I recognize the name, though, but I've never seen any of his YouTube stuff. I think he wrote some commentaries, but I can't be sure. But it's not something I've seen a lot of. Let me just take a look at his biography. He has one here. Because I do recognize the name. It's got a website. Yeah, he says one on historical chronology. He's got a book on historical and chronological context of the Bible. Short historical context of the Bible. Yeah, I don't know much about him. So I can't say much more than that about him. Okay, so next one here is from Polonius Monk. All right, for $10. Thank you for the super chat. New to watching you, thanks to IP. Well, welcome aboard. Did Augustine affirm the Deuteronomy 32:8 Sons of God worldview? I'd have to look that up. I don't know off the top of my head. Seems like Christian theology evolved away from ancient Near East since Augustine. Well, it went down its own trajectory. Okay. Christian theology is a dynamic thing. It changes over time. Now, the core of Christian theology remained the same. But the understanding of Christian theology is something that is unfolding. You know, and various aspects of Christian theology, such as sanctification, soteriology, even things such as sacraments. These are concepts that, you know, were maybe in a nascent form in, say, the apostles, but tend to get teased out over time. So it's one of those things that I think is just one of sorry, Jimmy. You I'm just gonna take this comment here for a moment. Jimmy, JP and Eve documents are right in front of us. I can easily see it easily in the Hebrew. You know what? Every Old Testament scholar claims that, who's a documentary hypothesis guy, and they all have different ideas of what JPE and D are. This is what's so crazy about it. They all say it's obvious. They all say I can pick it out like that, and they all come up with different results. You know, you look at Von Rod versus Baden. You know, they're different. Versus Julius Wellhausen, different again. They're all different. If this is so obvious, why aren't they coming out with the same results? It's asinine. So it's just, you know, if it's so obvious, why can't they agree? Yeah.
That's the strongest. No two people.
Yeah. Yeah, no two scholars are finding the same authors here. All right, back to Polonius Monk's question here. So yeah, Christian theology does unfold over time. It comes into new insights. The Holy Spirit guides the church through various controversies. So, I think that Christian theology did move away from its ancient Near Eastern roots, especially as it moved through the Middle Ages. But it's also, I think, coming back to it as well. So I think it's one of those things where, yes, it departed from that, but it's also coming back to it as well. So I think it's just a matter of time before, say, a Christotelic view becomes, say, more of the predominant view in this. Okay? The documentary hypothesis was still new during Von Rod's time? Are you joking me? No. Von Rod wrote in the 40s. Okay, it had been around a long time already at that point. The documentary hypothesis was around since the 1870s. Try again. Okay. One for $2. Is it problematic if Israelites were Canaanites? Not really. The fact is that Israelites interbred with a lot of people. Israelites are not just a monolithic ethnic group. They're not monolithic at all. You know, when they leave from Egypt, they leave with a mixed multitude. Okay? So they're not just the sons of Jacob. They're Egyptians. They're Amorites. They're Canaanites. They're Libyans. They're Magi. They're Nubians. All of these ethnic groups are melted together to form Israel. And once they do enter into the promised land, what do? They intermarry with Canaanites. So, So there's a variety of um various different ethnicities that are going to Israel, into the Israelite melting pot. And the fact is too that the Israelites were originally Amorites, and the Amoritic peoples came from the northern Levant. So the Amorites and the Canaanites share a common ancestry, which is what we would call Neolithic North Levantine DNA. So genetically, they're going to be very similar anyway. So it's all going to depend on what you mean by Canaanites. If you're talking about Canaanite in genetics, not a problem. If you're talking about that they rose up from Canaanite stock instead of there being a conquest, then that's a problem. Okay? So it's going to depend on what you mean by the Israelites were Canaanites. Canaanite genetically, not a problem. Canaanite, because there was no conquest, that's a problem. So it's all going to depend on what you're going to mean here. All right? So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Oops. Jack Ray says, and one must properly confuse Amorites and Ammonites if one is Jephthah or Titus Kennedy. Ooh, cheap shot. Cheap shot. Funny, but a cheap shot. Well, right now he does deserve some cheap shots, so, given the antics he's pulling at the moment. Okay. One for $2. Why lack of research with the Midianite hype? Do you understand the question? I don't understand this question either. Yeah, I don't get this question. Juan, if you want to rephrase that question, we'll answer it, but I don't understand the question, so I'm going to have to give that a pass. Oh, hypothesis. Okay. Why lack of research with the Midianite hypothesis? Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. The problem is the Midianites are hard to research. They're difficult to research. They're difficult to research because pre-Arabic Midianites, and there's a difference. Pre-Midianite Midianites, there's not a lot of settlements that we can positively identify with the Midianites. We know they were there, okay? We know they were there, but finding their settlements is difficult. The Bronze Age Midianites, it's sketchy. The archaeology of the Bronze Age Midianites is very sketchy. They tend to wander around a lot. And because they wandered a lot, the nomadic peoples are very, very difficult to ascertain evidence of archaeologically. Because they're not staying in the same places. They're moving around. And anytime you have a nomadic people, finding archaeological remains of them is really tough. It's really tough for even, say, Bedouin. You know, the sites we have for, say, of the Bedouin, we only know about them because they've returned to the same sites over a period of centuries. You know, they might come back to the same site for 1,000 years, and that's how we know. Is, you know, the Bedouin are gonna come to a certain site. They're going to make arrowheads out of flint. We find the arrowhead remains there. And they're going to come back year after year for centuries. And that's how we know of certain Bedouin sites. But even that's an exception. Those sites are rare. So finding Midianite sites is very, very difficult. Very difficult. So it's not that people don't want to research it. It's the fact that finding it is very hard. Darkblade, would that mean it'd be harder to find archaeological evidence for migratory Native American tribes? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know, given the difference between, say, migratory Native American tribes and sedentary ones are so much easier. It's so much easier when you're dealing with a sedentary population. When you're dealing with a sedentary population, it is just so much easier to find archaeological remains because they're staying in the same place over a long period of time. When they're moving around and only staying in the same place for only a couple weeks or months, very, very difficult to find good, solid campsites and remains. Okay, so I think we covered that. Big Destiny for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What is the difference between the Greek words used for grace? Charin, no, that's grace, and doxes. For example, grace in Acts 15:11 versus Romans 3:23. Now let's pull that up here. So Acts 15 verse 11. And the verse says, "But we believe that we are saved through the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ," and that's Karen, "in the same way as they are." Now, charis is that word for grace, kindness, etc. Let's see what Romans has to say here. Romans 3:23. Okay. 3:23. For all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, being justified as a gift by his grace. Now that's carried again through the redemption. Look at the Greek here. I'm not seeing doxes. See if I can find it that way. Contescar. All right, there it is. Okay. Doxes is not grace, it's glory. That's why. Okay. Okay. Karen is grace, doxes is glory. So yeah, that's why I didn't recognize it as grace. Okay, so it's a different word with a different meaning. The doxes here is the word that's used in, say, for example, verse 23, I'll highlight it here. Glory of God. So doxes is not a word for grace, it's a word for glory. Here's, like, for example, in the word doxology. Okay. Doxology comes from that word meaning glory. So so the two different words with two different meanings, essentially. Gotcha, my bad. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it, man. You know, things happen. This is well, this is why we ask the questions. We ask these questions to figure this stuff out. So, yeah, they're all good. Okay. Juan says, sorry, I meant hypothesis. Don't worry about it again. We figured it out. But that's the reason why we can't. Hasn't been more research on, say, the Midianite hypothesis. Is we just can't find the remains. So, okay, let's move on here. Jack Ray, we want to thank Jack Ray here for 10 Egypt and the Bible memberships. We appreciate your support of the channel. Also want to thank you for that very, that was you, wasn't it? Yeah, generous gift on PayPal. We really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. He gave us 600 Canadian. We really appreciate that, and it'll go a long way. So we really are grateful for that. Thank you so very much for your generous support of the channel. Okay. And he says, no, just in case things go down for a week. Well, we really appreciate that support. Thank you so very much. We're hoping it doesn't go down. Yeah, we're really hoping Kennedy loses this one. Yeah, it'd be nice if he just withdrew it. However, I don't think that's going to happen. He seems quite reticent about it, so. Okie dokie. And Jonathan Walker here for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, did the Israelites get the concept of 3 sacred spaces from Egypt as well? Or did ancient Near Eastern cultures have the same idea? They had 3 courts, but the idea of 3 sacred spaces, it's really interesting that it seems to be a division, 3 divisions within sacred space. Not so much, or 3 kinds of sacred space. Not just that there was 3 sacred spaces. So, Egyptians had more than one kind of sacred space. Okay? And they could express this using different kinds of iconography. So it is true that the Egyptians had more than one kind of sacred space. Did they have 3? Well, they did seem to divide their temples in this way. So they did have, say, a peristyle court, a hypostyle hall, and then an inner court. So they did have a rough division of 3 in their temples. But they also had, say, a division of 3 inside the inner court, too, where they had the Setweret, and then they had the Naos, and then they had the various cubicles for various idols. So they did seem to divide their temples in a way that was similar to this. So it's possible that they got this from the Egyptians, but other ancient Near Eastern cultures seem to have had this idea too. Like, for example, the temple at what's it called now? What's it called now? Oh, the one with the giant footprints. I can't remember the name of that temple at the moment. The one in Damascus. It's a tripartite temple too. So other ancient Near Eastern temples also had this this tripartite division. So it's not just it's not just, say, the Egyptians that had this. This seems to be something that was ubiquitous, at least in the Levant and Egypt. Yeah, it is interesting of itself. So, Tel Dan, the temple at Tel Dan, that's where it was, has that tripartite division. So, yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting to see that. Jonathan Walker, divisions of sacred space is what I meant, like heaven, earth, and waters. Yeah, we do see this, like, for example, in along these lines in, say, Good Night Slammer. Um in Egyptian temples where, for example, you see on the outer court in the peristyle hall various religious activities happening, but you go into, say, the hypostyle hall and you see these motifs of, say, plants, a lot of vegetation, like Kecker friezes, columns in the shape of lotus plants. It's very much in the style of nature. But when you get into the inner court, it all becomes celestial. Things are covered with stars, and there's gods on the walls, and it becomes a very different sort of division. There seems to be a hard division between, say, the earthly realm of the hypostyle hall and, say, the heavenly realm of the inner court. And then, say, more the civilian realm of the peristyle hall. So there does seem to be those divisions of the heaven and the earth, and not necessarily the waters in the Egyptian, but in other ways. So, yeah, that's definitely seems to be a thing in these temples. You see it again more in, say, Egyptian temples because the walls and the roof are preserved. We don't know what, say, the Canaanite temples would have done, but because all we have of, say, at Tel Dan is the foundation. That's all we have left. But in Egypt, we still have temples that have the walls and the ceilings intact, and on those you can definitely see it. It's quite stark in its contrast. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, and we got one final one here, which is Jack Ray, who gifted the channel 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We so very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, we are done with the super chats here. Do we have any non-super chats? Not. I have been actually sort of skipping them this time. Let's see, not many Q colons, huh? Maybe people giving up non-super chatting.
They've been asking.
All right, I will take a scan here for Q's and colons, and let's see what we find. Yeah, I answered that one already. Yeah, you're right. There isn't many this time, is there? All right, BC just posted one. He's come to the rescue. BC, should we pray for people after they die? Okay, that's a good question, actually. That's actually a very good question. I have a couple views on this. Should we? That's going to depend. Okay. Um, do we have to? No, it's not required. Okay. Now, I have a. Do I think it does any harm? No, I don't think it does any harm. I think it's a good morning ritual. I think it helps you move on. Okay. I think it keeps the memory of the person alive. Is it required? No, it isn't. Okay. I don't think there's any requirement to pray for people after they die. They've come into the reward of the Lord. In some ways, they're better off than we are. Okay. Okay. So, so I don't think it's necessary, but I do think it can be helpful. I do think it can definitely be helpful. So I think this is comes down to a personal preference choice. Okay? And many Christian rituals will come down to personal preference. Is it mandatory? No, it's not mandatory. There's nowhere in the Bible that it requires you to pray for the dead. Nowhere at all. Can it help you get to the grieving process? Sure, absolutely. So, it can be helpful, but it's not mandatory. And if you don't need it, you don't have to do it. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Darkblade. As someone who knows both Egyptian and Semitic languages, what are some signs of genetic relationship, not influence, that you've seen between the two branches? Okay. Now, Semitic languages like Hebrew and Arabic, they come from a family called the Semitic languages, or in this particular case, we're talking here particularly about Western Semitic languages. Okay? Egyptian comes from a broader family called the Hamido-Semitic family, or Afro-Semitic language family. And the Semitic languages are a branch underneath the Afro-Semitic language family. Now, there are some similarities between Egyptian and, say, Semitic languages. You find this, for example, in the endings of nouns. Both nouns tend to end in, say, feminine nouns end in a T. So you tend to have that dental T sound at the end of feminine nouns in both Egyptian and in Semitic languages. So, especially in plural feminine ones. So that's something that you find that's similar across, say, both languages, is that feminine plural T sound. So that's where you find the most similarity between Egyptian and Semitic languages. There is some borrowing of lexicography, although not that much. The two are not strongly related. So it's not like, say, where Moabite is so closely related to, say, Hebrew that the two are very similar. Egypt is very, very different in a lot of ways from, say, other Semitic languages. You do find a lot of verbs in Egyptian that have 3 letters, which was sometimes called a triconsonantal root. But you also find in Egyptian words with sometimes 4 consonants too. So there's a weak relationship between them, but it's not that strong. You do find, again, some sharing of vocabulary. And sometimes that's Egyptian going into Semitic languages. Sometimes that's Semitic coming into Egyptian. So the exchange of languages can go both ways here. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. No. Nubis had a question?
I didn't,
Okay, well,
I didn't see it. I saw it when it came up. Following the rules, I'd like to.
okay, Nubis. If we find that question, we'll take it. I don't see it though. What time was it? Anytime. Let me go back and let's see if it. I didn't see it. I don't see it either. Let me see if I can find it here. I see Anubis there at 10:37. That's my first. 10:37. He says greetings. So okay. So around 10:37 is where he starts. Go back this way. Okay. I see greetings, more greetings. Not seeing a question from him yet. Lots of hellos. I'm not seeing any questions from him though. Ah, there's a. Okay, I see one at 11:08. All right, 11:08. I found one. Okay, let me just pull it up here. Find it here and pull it up. There it is. Okay. Anubis asks, was tomb robbery a big deal in ancient Egypt? And this will probably be our last question of the night. So, was it a big deal in ancient Egypt? Yes and no. Okay. Lots of people did it. We have evidence of tomb robbery going back to the Second Dynasty. So, oh yeah, a lot of Egyptians did tomb robbery. It's a cottage industry. Yeah, it was yeah, it was usually done by the families of the people who made the tombs. And it was a cottage industry, and the whole community was often involved. Like, for example, for the tomb robbery papyri of the 20th dynasty, you found out that everyone was involved. The whole village of Deir el-Medina was involved in this. So now, was it a big deal? Well, if you got caught. Yeah. Yeah, it was a big deal if you got caught.
You got caught.
Yeah, if you got caught, nobody knew you. So, big destiny. Dr. David, yes and no, Falk. Well, a lot of questions are like that. Yeah, a lot of questions of like that. Um, if you were caught tomb robbing from a royal tomb, especially one of the king, it could mean the death penalty. So, if you were just tomb robbing from some nobody's tomb, yeah, probably didn't happen to you. You really had to tomb rob from nobility, from the king. If you tomb robbed a royal tomb, yeah, it was curtains for you. Absolutely, they would show you no mercy. Um, no, it wasn't usually impalement. We'll get into that follow up in a moment. But generally, if you robbed from the king, it meant the death penalty. If you robbed from a commoner, nobody cared. So and this was true of all crime in Egypt. Okay, this is true of all crime. Steal your neighbor's donkey, nobody cared. You know, you'd have to go to court to get your donkey back, and you'd have to keep going back to court to get your donkey back if you ever got your donkey back at all. Steal the toothpick of a king, that's the death penalty. So in Egypt, it more mattered who you stole from than what you stole. You could steal the whole funerary assemblage of a commoner, didn't matter. You steal the sliding door bolt from a king's tomb, and it's the death penalty. So it all depended on who you stole from. So in that respect, it could be a big deal, but it wasn't always a big deal. So that's why it's kind of a yes and no answer here. It all depends on who you stole it from. Now, Jimmy the Jew has one follow-up, and we'll make this the last here, which was, wasn't impalement as a penalty in ancient Egypt? That impalement wasn't used in Egypt until the Persian period. It's the Persians that bring impalement to Egypt. They're such nice guys, those Persians. The normal mode of execution was one of two ways. They either cut your throat or they strangled you. Okay? And the way the death penalty worked in Egypt was, how do I say this? They put your neck in in the same device that they use to extract olive oil or lotus juice, which is basically a cloth. It's just a pair of cloths with two guys, one on each end, with a stick. One guy turns one way, the other guy turns the other way. And they make freshly squeezed juice out of your neck. Essentially. Okay? Okay? That's how they strangled you in ancient Egypt. Okay? They had a methodology. The other way they would execute was just by cutting your throat with a knife. They'd tie your hands and legs behind your back and just cut your throat with a knife. That was the other way of capital punishment. So it was one of the two, either cutting your throat or strangulation by juice extraction. So that was the typical method of capital punishment in ancient Egypt. And you wouldn't see impalement until the Persian period. Okay? So, yeah, yikes. Yikes indeed. Yeah, it was not a good way to go. Okay? So, with that said, we're going to call it a night here. We're going to end on that happy note. So I want to remind all you guys, if you're going to sign up for the Egypt and the Bible tour, please do so. Time's running out. And also we're also going to ask you to all go and watch that wonderful debate. That's the links in the link is in the description here. Just to amplify the Streisand effect. We all appreciate you for watching that debate. Just to just to irritate a certain individual.
Just to make sure the truth.
Well, we want the truth to stay out there too. Okay. So, but we want you to watch that, make copies of it, spread it around, just so it it doesn't get lost to the censorship machine. Okay? So, we want to thank you all for joining us tonight. I want to thank the people who support us financially through PayPal and through Super Chats. It's really important to us. We really appreciate it. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube subscribers who keep the equipment going. We so very much appreciate it and are very, very... We do need this to keep the lights on and things running. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our content, hit that like and subscribe button, and share the URL with other social media networks. You guys get the message out there. So with that said, thank you very much for joining tonight, and we will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.